Good morning, everybody. What's up? How we doing? Good to see you guys. It is Tuesday. It is Vault Day. It's the day you're gonna get the thing you want. We'll find out today, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything about when we get the new Helm enchant, or the better one, I guess. So yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, what's up, Swirly, Lento, Max, Marcons, Grimbach, Reaper, Toenail, Obsidian, Heckus, Frey, Kamakama, Eki, Foliate, Canisia. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Let's jump right into it. If I had to guess, this is too soon for Blizz. We need more time gating. It wouldn't surprise me. They're pretty conservative with the way they're distributing stuff lately, which I don't really care. It's just like a small bonus. It is what it is. What's up, little Gushy? All right. Let's see. Frey wanted to come in and heal. Frey Voker. Elrithier Enjoyer. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Not on this, I'm doing Ring Quest. Okay, I was about to say, I haven't seen Frey Voker before. That's a new one. Alright. I don't care what is the highest DPS enchant. I'm using Twilight Dev. I'm thinking about changing that on my on one of my tunes, just for fun. Let me see. Where's Twilight Dev? Oh, it's just damage. They took away the health bit. Because I was thinking about taking this on my bear. Twilight Dev seems okay on DK since it's shadow damage. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know if I want it on my paladin. Nasa, oi, what's up? All right, so I will do some tanking or some DPSing depending on what we need. Frey's gonna be healing. So if you want to come play, I will be posting our group in a Priory 13. We need a DPS. We need DPS or we need tank? We got healer locked in. Make sure you leave a comment so I know you're from chat. A little crest farming till I find out if I have a work call. All right. Guys, if you didn't know, Ellie was streaming last night. I think Ellie streamed for, what, like 4 hours or so last night, and then she also probably stayed up till about 3 in the morning playing. And she's awake already. Just being a gamer, so proud. Trying out Resto Shaman or Resto Druid? I kind of want to try Resto Shaman. Hey, Papa Rise, good to see you. All right, so if we got Frey healing, we can have Lento do some tanking, and between Max and Shock and Awe, let's bring in Shock and Awe. You need to do a 5-man tank run? Do I need to? Just get a bunch of Vengeance DHs. Alright. Let's get it started. Alright, if you guys want to join us for our first key of the day, go ahead and sign up now. We're going to squeeze in a few keys before servers go down. There's supposedly a 2-hour maintenance this time around instead of just the usual 1 hour. I don't know what they're doing. Today's goal, 8 mask run solo. They're doing that thing with the thing. Ah, okay. Anything I should be sure to finish in the Stormwind Vision before reset? Did you get your Nemesis shard off of Hogger? Did you get the Void Horse and the Void Griffin? You got your bike parts, good. Yep, half the tire. Also, you don't have to get them. I mean, you'll be able to do the Stormwind Vision again next week. So yeah, make sure you have I was gonna say make sure you have 5 masks, but I think you'll be able to get Long Night from the Orgrimmar one, and I think you'll be able to get Multitudes. When do we get the new belt? The new belt is gonna be a Delver reward in the 0.7 patch. We're still in the 0.5 patch. So I would say sometime in June. Yeah, dude, the Nightbot, the rollbot for Nightbot doesn't like you. I don't think you've won a single roll yet, Max. Robbie Rig. Oh, Moishi, can you put a link in chat for that scoreboard thing? Heckus. Heckus with the rigged giveaway. What's up, Kuji? Yo, Max, if you really want to go, you can come and I'll drop, sir. It's no biggie. I'm sure he doesn't actually mind. Rob Volp. Yo, speaking of Rob Volpera. Yeah, we have a command for it now. That I'm going to have to update like every week. I forgot. Keys and not Lark. I have a meeting in 20, so it'd be tight. Let's re-roll it. Let's re-roll it. Hey, it was just meant to be, Max. You're up. It's called Details Damage Meter Mythic Plus. So it's a plugin for details. Okay. Yeah. Details. I was hoping it would just be there. Wait, Detailed Damage Meter Mythic Plus. Alright, we'll try this. How do I turn it on, or does it just automatically do it once I reload? Which I should probably do that. Okay. Because I have like a small pop-up that happens on the side of my screen. I don't know if that's details that does that. I saw it. That's why I linked my Volpera video. I'll change it in a sec. Good morning, my beautiful friend. Good morning, Sendo. It was very nice of you. Bro. Oh, the other person's in the way. Bro, everyone's getting in the way of my screenshot. I'm just trying to take a picture of Anus Blast. Okay? Jesus Christ. Okay, let me post that on my Discord. Guys, I just want you to know about the legend. Okay? Just everyone remember forever the legend of Anus Blast. What's up, Shots? Workshop for Phrase.io? Yeah, let's do that. Workshop for Phrase.io. I'm gonna drop my key to a 12. Actually, no, I'm not. If we get a if we happen to get a mother load, I would like to do it on my tank, so I can get triple threat, since I still don't have it. We failed a mother load yesterday. I was so sad. Your monk has a 14 mother load. We should do that on the next one. I was gonna re-roll my key, but it's like, wait a minute, this is my paladin. It literally won't matter. All right, I need to change my details name. What'd you say, Rob Volpera or Rob Volp? Rob Volp, more like Rob Gulp. Am I right? Got him. I don't know what that means. Hi, Lily. Rob gulping these nuts. Ah, hello, Paladin. You want to see what's funny? You should look at your arms and the back of your boots. The back of the boots have smiley faces. It's a nice bug for this particular color of this set. Oh, I guess it happens with every... Wait, that's the same set. Never mind. Do you guys like the smiley faces on the back of your boots? When you get the cloak, it covers it up. So I have to get a catalyst charge for transmog. Oh my god. Look at that Michelangelo mog. All right, everyone's ready. We send it. Hey, Elrithir, thank you for the 100 biddies.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, so Rob gulps nuts and eats butts. That's right. It's 2025. That's what we do. It's -4 degrees Celsius today. It's cold as fuck. It's 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a little chilly.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena. A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
Happy Tuesday, gamer. What's up, cold-hearted? Gamer.
Now this is a statistical anomaly. Our visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena.
Spent the weekend on Long Island for my daughter's baby shower.
The Platinum
Oh, that's cool.
Pummeler, and no mercy for you.
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground.
Oh, they were
until
mad
we
at me.
clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
But if they win,
Defensive.
won't we be dead?
If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
Shock and awe. Can we get a lusty lust?
Defensive.
Appreciate it. Can I get a bit of a lust and bust?
Defensive.
I love a good
Targeted.
lust and bust.
Defensive. 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 Targeted.
We're gonna bubble that. Yeah, we're not going flying. We're bubbling. We're not doing that.
Defensive. Defensive.
So chat, how many vaults are you guys opening today? How many vaults we got? Just one? Hey, what's up, Tim?
A stunning victory for the surface dwellers!
Dude, Tim came in at a bad time. I was in an ad break.
Trash! 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 Trash!
He just timed that perfectly. Fuck alts, bro. Alts are what keep the game fresh for me. But I also play a shitload, so. How long is downtime? We get 2 hours of downtime today.
Defensive.
And it's also, I use alts to learn more about the game.
Defensive.
Only one. I only play Paladin. I don't know
Defensive.
how to play other classes. That's how I was for many, many years. I just wanted to play one thing and be
Defensive.
amazing at it.
Defensive.
I was some of you messaged me last night, but I was messing around on my arcane mage on some target dummies.
Defensive.
I still don't know how to play arcane mage without looking at a weak aura. I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to either.
Defensive.
Just play it with the weak aura then? No, it's not that. What I mean by that is I can't look at, where shit is, what's casting what, so I can interrupt it. Like, I mean, literally hard focus this and not take my eyes off of it. That's more what I mean. Like,
Line.
I would get hit by mechanics, I would miss kicks. I'm always gonna play with a weak aura.
Look out below! It's playtime!
Line.
I knew I should have walked you earlier!
Yeah, bubble, let's go.
Look out below! It's playtime!
Oh shit, don't. I wish I had my bubble.
I
Line.
knew I should have walked you earlier!
Line.
More trash! More recycling!
Shock and awe. I did my best. When I want to play another class, I use Hakili, but it feels bad. Does it feel bad that you're using Hakili? Because you shouldn't feel bad about using Hakili. Or does it just feel clunky that you have to look at it? Because that I could understand. Hey, what's up, NSG?
Sick 'em, boy! Look out below!
Good morning, Robin Chat. Hey, good morning, Hokkaido.
I
Line.
knew I should have walked you earlier! Look out below!
Got your Rezil 12 last night. Now to get 3K. You got this.
It's playtime!
Line.
Knew I should have walked you earlier! Look out below!
Oh, he's got the execution sentence.
It's playtime!
It's very nice of you.
Line.
Knew I should have walked you earlier! Look out below!
Convenient as Rob needs to get 3K on his healer. I need to figure out how to heal better.
Playtime.
Line.
Knew I should have walked you earlier! Look out below! What have you done? You monsters! It'll take me weeks to rebuild him!
So fast. Hey, what's up, Fred? Yeah, you can Can we get a vanish counter for Tim? Yeah, so for anyone who didn't see it, Stream Elements has this feature where if you type !vanish, it'll basically just delete all your messages.
Attention,
So you can self time out for 1 second to clear your chat. Yep, see?
En route to quell the disturbance.
You can literally vanish like a ninja. So if you say something awful, there won't be proof. I mean, I can see it.
So
It doesn't go away for me. I can see it.
My lesser inventions. Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
You can see it with 7
Defensive.
TV. Yeah. Dratno sigh. What is happening? They're playing with the vanish command, Mosh.
Of skill. It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype.
Basically, whenever you type !vanish, it Stream Elements times you out for a second to delete your comment. So it's a vanish. Yeah, Stream Elements is rising up. It's sentient.
Safe zones.
It's banning everyone.
Safe zones.
Yeah, but I never really use it though.
Outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
Can't go that way.
Do not allow these bots to detect you. Remaining within
Can't go
the
that way.
stadium will shield you
Hey,
from their
Mobo, what's up?
sensors.
All right, we follow. We go.
Warning.
Oh
Excessive
no!
levels of flesh
Oh, I have
detected.
failed.
Warning.
I have failed. Failed.
Warning.
Oh,
Excessive
giga
levels of
fail.
Flesh detected. Warning. Warning. Excessive levels of flesh detected. Warning.
The walk of shame. Shame upon my family. All right, we go again. We do it right this time. Whew.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers. Looks like you could use a trim. Eat your bloom.
Beams incoming.
I have to commit Sudoku now.
If you can't handle the heat, stay out of my garden.
You know, if I was Volpera, that wouldn't have happened.
I'll just take a
Just
little
saying.
off the top.
You mean seppuku? It's a joke. Yes.
Add.
Eat your bloom.
Beams incoming.
If you can't handle the heat, stay out of my garden. Looks like you could use a trim.
Dude, that was always extreme, Mosh. It was never not extreme. Oh shit.
Add.
Eat your bloom.
Beams incoming.
If you can't just take a little off the top.
Boop. Tim, you missed out yesterday. I was doing keys with Heckus, and I was on Discord with him. I opened up the streaming channel.
Looks like you could use a trim. This can't be right.
Everyone can hang out in my Discord.
We can commandeer that transport to access Mechagon's tower.
Not the locker room.
So, my misguided son returns. I'm impressed you made it this far.
You are no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning machine that must be shut down.
Poor child. If only you could accept the truth. The curse of flesh has run rampant across Azeroth, and I will replace it
Everyone,
with
yeah, everyone can hang out in the locker room.
purity.
Yeah, that channel is open to literally everyone.
Defensive.
Like, if you guys ever want to just hang out and talk with people from the
Defensive.
community, like, just hang out there. I met with you, silly. Well, you know what? Sometimes I'll hang out in the locker room.
Defensive.
Weren't we on Discord with me, Ellie, you, and
Defensive.
Cisco not that long ago? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's something I'm trying because I know
Defensive.
Elfie does like a stream like that, like a Discord only thing. Straight up ripped it. Wall hug. Are we the best wall huggers? Yes, we did it. We're so good. Yeah, you got the curled up towel
Defensive.
ready to go with a with the tip wet. You get that extra pop.
Defensive.
Yeah, take that one out of context.
Witness perfection.
That's what you do to get like an extra bit of pop whenever you do that with the towel.
You cannot elude my targeting.
Is
Defensive.
you soak the tip of it.
Orbs. Targeted.
You cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thrusters. You cannot elude my targeting systems.
Rob was the king of grab ass in the locker room. I haven't heard grab ass in so long, man.
You cannot elude my targeting systems.
Orbs.
Activating.
So for those of you who don't know, grab ass isn't literally ass grabbing. It's what coaches would tell or just use for anytime you and, you know, people on the team were being stupid
Orbs.
and just playing around. That's what grab ass was. I haven't heard the term used though since like
Orbs.
2005.
Activating thrusters.
Targeted.
Cannot elude my
That can
targeting
lead to
systems.
some unfortunate misunderstandings. Yes, that's why I had to explain it, because I felt like there's probably a lot of people who have no idea what that means
Fools,
and
all you
might be
have done
weirded
is
out by that. So let me
dismantle a
clarify.
piece of furniture. You wish to test my true ordnance? I will happily oblige. All power to weapons.
You feel gaslighted.
Defensive.
Magnetic grapple engaged. Cannon fully charged.
Oh, okay, he's getting rest.
Cannon fully charged.
Targeted. Targeted.
Yeah, it's definitely like a sports thing.
Defensive.
Magnetic grapple engaged. All power to weapons.
Our agreement stands. For now.
But it was said all the time. Oh, oh no, that pop-up came up and it went away.
And so has my father.
Shit.
You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world
How do I bring it
is
back?
not one my people share. We must now focus on rebuilding. But if you ever require
Dang.
our assistance, you need only request it.
Huh. This partnership
I saw the
wasn't that
scoreboard
bad.
for half a second.
Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance mooks can be.
Thanks to Team Master Overspark's leadership, the threat of world annihilation was averted.
Oh, don't forget to mention my technical
Ooh.
prowess in dismantling those mechanical monstrosities.
Of course, sir.
There you go. When will then be now? No motherload, unfortunately. Didn't Lento say he had a motherload? Yeah, we can just swap places. Yeah. Here, let me get on my druid and I'll tank a motherload. You think you're funny? It was kind of funny. Hey, Xantor. Happy Vault Day, man. Rob, do you know someone in game named Landon? Landon D's nuts on your chin? You're never gonna get me. I'm ungettable. And yeah, you have to try it 6 months from now. And my guard might be down. Maybe 3 months from now. Whew. I combined the white gummy bear, which is pineapple, and strawberry kiwi advanced flavors, and it's pretty damn good. I think I just created something awesome. Well, I use 2 scoops no matter what. So I'd used 1 scoop of one and 1 scoop of the other. They have a white gummy bear flavor. They just added it, yeah. 16 scoops? Holy, yeah, I do 16 just to feel something. Carol, did you send that to me? Is that the feeling of your teeth falling out? It doesn't damage your teeth. There's no sugar in it. Who needs motherload? I do to get triple threat. He snorted. That's a lot of snorting. Oh my god. All right. Where'd it go? Hell yeah. See, Volpera Druid. You guys said it couldn't be done. But we did it. I'm gonna try and do this in bear form. Because when you use one of these, it doesn't take you out of the Volpera form. So I'm in bear form, but you just don't see the bear. Miss Trashes, thank you for the 70 months. Dude, we're so old. And bald. All right, Tim, see you after maintenance. Well, okay, well, Faye, just to clarify, there's no sugar and there's no meth in advance. This is a meth-free product. Just if in case anyone was concerned. Here's your public service announcement. There is no meth in advance.
Good morning, Rob.
Why? I'm looking for my morning meth. Hello? Fat Ego, thank you for the 16 months prime. Good morning. And Hadri, thank you for the tier 1 48 months. Woo, that's a hype train. Oh, it didn't do the little like train art thing. Oh well. Well, I bought advanced with your code specifically because you said it had meth. Oh, I didn't say that. That wasn't me. All right, chat. New key giveaway. Still no meth. No drugs. This is a drug-free zone. Rob keys in the chat. Go, go. Oh, you got the mail muncher. Congrats. Let's go. Cinders, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, shit. Reaper, thank you for the gifted sub to Blixie. And we're popping off. Is caffeine allowed? Yeah, there's caffeine in this. Well, sometimes caffeine is naturally occurring. Meth is also naturally occurring. Yeah, do you go pick a meth plant? I was waiting for someone to say marijuana is naturally occurring because that's actually true. How did Ellie's keys go? Yeah, I think she got it. She was up till 3 a.m. playing, so I was already asleep. But actually, here's the back of the white gummy bear. Natural caffeine from green tea. 1 scoop has 100 milligrams. So 2 scoops, 200. Yeah, all that. Clearly, when you combine it all, clearly meth. Yep. Oh no, it has carbs. Oh no. Tell Zave that I said hi. And that he's the cutest DH I know. You're on your priest right now, Frey. You're the cutest priest I know. Wow. SG, what character are you on? You're the cutest whatever character you're playing. I don't know what character you're playing right now. Don't even try. I fucked up, man. Asgal, you're up, man. Have a good stream. Have a good night since you're going back to bed. Chat, there's 10 more seconds left on the hype train. Who's gonna save it? Oh shit. You're a Volpera rat. Everything is cute to you. I am pretty cute. Guys, thank you for the hype train, for real. Your support keeps the stream afloat, for real. Oh, look at that. Dude, that's actually so good. It's Loki with glasses. That's just some pinkish purple haired girl relaxing to some music. All right, we do have that mother load, yeah? Do you mind dropping it? Also, I need to rename this character to Rob Volp. Wouldn't really be a good redeem if you got a name, a details name change for like 1 key. I just realized something. So it doesn't show bear form. It doesn't show cat form. But it does show this form. So they have the ability to show different animal forms. They just choose not to. Volpera, Worgen, Torrens, Night Elf, Draenei, maybe humans, Blood Elves, and Drakthir. Other races, no play WoW. Orcs, Mechanomes, Undead. You know, humans are actually higher up on that list than usual. Having some trouble logging. Last try now and might need to reroll. Okay. You're so tall right now. Originally obtained via a TCG card that is no longer in print but may still be available via the black market, in-game, or real-life auction house. Wait. Okay. There's Azagal. There we go. All right, we're going to go do a Motherlode 12. As a Volpera Druid. Your instance lock for Motherlode will expire in 1 hour. Oh no. I got all my 12 resilient on healer, and now I'm afraid to try 13s. The one good thing they've done this season is the scaling between each key level feels very steady. Like 13 feels just a little bit more than 12. 14 feels just a little bit more than 13. Like, there's no big spikes, it seems. So, if you did 12s and you felt fairly comfortable with that, 13 should be fine. I'm waiting a few seconds for a cooldown. But I'll try to remember that, but if it's not true, you'll be hearing from me. If it's not true, we will be contacting a lawyer. Sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're just holding W, all right, chat? We're not doing the little skippy skip. Well, we're doing the wall skip, but not the hug the wall skip.
Activating.
I still have my knock. We're good.
Activating. Activating. Activating.
Yeah, it's a weak hour for those guys hopping in their mech suit. Where is our shaman friend? Hey, there he is.
Okay, okay. Wait. Should I purchase an extended warranty?
Moron! Never purchase the extended warranty!
Venture Company thanks you for your patronage. Please enjoy your purchase of the Elite Pummeling Package.
God damn. Yo, hit me with that lightning again. I'm ready. Oh my god, that still hurt like hell. I was ready and it still hurt. My face.
Systems engaged. Commence.
Spell reflect more. Oh, you're right. I should have popped my spell reflect hide. I gotta pop my shiny hide. You always look happier when you're tanking. I feel like I'm more engaged when I'm tanking. Because DPS is just so automatic, I guess.
Lethal force authorized.
Hey, what's up, Irie? Yeah, so because I've been, you know, DPSing since vanilla. So yeah, DPS is a little automatic for me.
Bombs.
Whereas tanking and healing is definitely not.
Violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Oh, he got a coin. Oh no. Not really. It's not a big deal. I'm overreacting.
Defensive. Bombs.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force.
Not moving him. There we go. You got a coin. Report the tank. Yep. This tank is being rude. Doesn't the tank know it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft?
Defensive.
That's an actual YouTube video, by the way. It's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft.
Defensive. Defensive.
Nice. It's a video. It sounds familiar. Yeah, it was a video. I feel like it was about like 6 months, maybe a year ago. It was doing the rounds. But yeah, it was titled "It's Rude to Be Bad at World of Warcraft." How dare you?
Defensive.
Man, this guy's living forever.
Defensive.
There is no double threat title. Yeah, it's just triple threat. Finally got it last night. Nice, dude. Hopefully, if we time this, I'll have it after this key. Waiting for my bleed to fall off. Okay, he's just dead.
You trespass in my domain! The
Swap.
blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Some of us don't have time to do all three things. Okay, maybe we do have time, but no desire. Well, maybe we do have the desire, just not the skill.
Defensive.
I felt like I was on a roller coaster there. There's a lot of emotions expressed. I know you could do DPS and I know you could do healer. I don't know if I've ever seen you play tank though, but you could learn it.
Defensive.
The ground will consume you! Arise!
Swap.
Unleash your power!
She's kicking so many rocks right now.
Defensive.
Shatter!
Swap.
blood of Azeroth flows through you. The wounds must be made.
Hey, what's up, Tiber Tank? Hey, what's up, Holy Shot? All right, big gather.
Feet. 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 Feet.
You've been kicked by better kickers? I don't know if you have. We're talking years of training.
Feet. 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 Feet.
Oh, I got stuck on a sign.
Feet. Feet.
Trying to keep them out of the swirlies, so you don't have to worry about it. All right, we good.
Feet.
Let's keep going. Let's
You
go.
wanna job done right? Use Mega Explosives! Safety first!
Oh, that was good, Lento.
I love the smell of propellant in the morning.
So much of it got pushed away. The Offspring is so good. Yeah. Agree.
Safety first! I love the smell of propellant in the morning.
Yeah, that's becoming more and more common with cars not having like the physical keyhole.
Smell of propellant in the morning.
I don't know why like you wouldn't want both, because when technology fails, having a physical mechanism is always nice. Like, just do both.
Should've gotten hazard pay.
Defensive. Defensive.
Next week you finally get your Warglaives of Azzinoth Mog. Nice. It's always fun to do that.
Defensive. Defensive. Defensive.
Bums
Fixated.
realize how much property damage you've done?
Defensive. Defensive. Defensive.
So I think we'll need
Defensive.
a couple. Actually, no, this is good. We're good. I always thought it was 4, not 4.8. We're good.
Defensive.
Damn near 5%.
Right where you belong, under my heel.
Damn, dude, we still got 10 minutes on this key. We are chilling. Ow.
Dodge.
Get a load of 300 rounds per minute.
Don't jinx it. God, I would hate that. I would hate that so much.
Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage!
Dodge.
Get a load of 300 rounds per minute!
Alright, I got one more B-res.
What am I
That's
paying
it.
you fools for? Get out here and fix this! Crush! Yeah! My insurance premium!
I mean, we still are chilling. I'm just saying.
Pulverize! My insurance premiums! Smash!
Everything's gonna be fine. Just fine. Don't worry, be happy.
Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage!
That's how the song goes, right?
Dodge.
Oh,
Take some high caliber carnage!
Blixie, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
You won't be.
Hey, there we go.
next time.
Triple threat. The enterprising dungeon master. So threatening right now. Rob Furry, the triple threat. Better watch out. Oh, hey, look at that. Cool. It's an add-on that people were sending me. I think it's details. It's something for details. Hold on. Yeah, that's not what it's called though. Hold on. Oh, I have it right here. Details damage meter Mythic Plus. That's what it is. There you go. That's a little pop-up at the end showing some stats. Are you talking about the thing with the physical keyhole being in every car still? It's just covered. Hold on. So I went out of the car, took the cosmetic cover off of the back of the door handle and stuck the key into the keyhole. that the designers had put in the car with her saying right there she didn't want to talk about it. I didn't know that they did that. Well, I'm glad that's there. Engineers didn't let me down. All right, we got less than 30 minutes. Might do a couple visions before servers go down, because I don't think we're getting another key in. Unless we want to really try and go super fast. That dark flame would be doable. All right, we're gonna try it. We're gonna do a 2-minute giveaway, chat. If you want to get in on this dark flame, probably don't bring a carry because we're short on time. Rob Keys in the chat if you want to come play. We're doing a 2-minute timer, so when there's 1 minute left on this timer, I'm ending it and picking a winner. Go. They thought about everything except for the shit that they didn't. That's how it goes. That is how it goes, man. Let me get on Hunter. He has no vault. Won't make or break this key. Yeah, I mean, if it does decent damage, it'll be fine. We're gonna do a 12 dark flame. That's actually your key, by the way. Yeah. All right, guys, about 35 more seconds. Also, just so everyone knows, if we do this and we don't get the dungeon done in time, so like the servers go down before we finish, I will refund you. So no worries there. All right, let's go ahead and end the timer. And up next, we are going to bring in Cold Hearted. I'm just going to go ahead and port the Dark Flame. You want to come do a 12 Dark Flame? Did Rob just cockblock his own BLP yoink? No.
It's time. Go take Kendall.
Hey, what's up, Cisco? How are Loki and Maui this morning? They're doing just fine. Did servers not go down for maintenance? They're gonna go down in 25 minutes. Yeah, so we're going to try and do this key in 25 minutes. We got a blast. Follow me all the way into the first room. Ooh. Wait, you managed to slice your finger open on a blade of grass. How did you do that? Oh. A blade. Yeah, that's why it's called a blade of grass. Cold Heart, are you there? Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shock and awe, your key.
AoE. AoE. AoE.
It's good to see that you're doing well. You too. I was actually asking about you the other day when I was talking to Cisco.
AoE.
Oh, he and I talk all the time. Yeah, I knew that, and I was just asking to see how you were doing because I hadn't heard from you in a while.
Move, weaklings! Here we come!
AoE.
How did he get knocked that way? Like, what the hell? He was behind him.
Fight Waxbeard! Fight Wick!
Card incoming.
Cupid.
Assigning fixate.
Chat gets
Swap.
unruly when NSG isn't here to lay down the law. Yeah, you get kicked like a rock.
Weaklings, help Blacksbeard!
Charge.
Go, Wick!
You don't want that.
Card incoming.
She's been practicing for years. Did you get the achievement for healing, tanking,
Swap.
and DPSing? Yeah, I got it on that last key.
Assigning fixate.
No dodge my card!
Charge.
Move, Wick!
I'm only here to make Rob wish I wasn't.
Assigning fixate. Card incoming.
It's a true balance. She maintained the balance for years.
Swap.
Now she's here to cause chaos.
Charge.
Go, Wick!
Balance as all things should be.
No dodge my card!
Card incoming. Swap.
Watch out!
Assigning fixate. Charge.
Go, Wick!
Ooh, unfortunate.
My mind card, now!
You should do another cooking stream sometime. Those were nice. We should do another one. It's been a long time.
Stupid weaklings!
I was thinking about actually making some monthly sub goals, and each month we would have like cooking stream and movie night and all that stuff.
Know this place. Old Wakebeard's been here forever. Didn't trust nobody. So mean. Quick, quick, faster, faster. I'll catch
I'm trying to think of like more things before I pull the trigger on that. Like more events that we could do. Yeah, we still have the WoW cookbook. One day I might just cook my steaks. Show everyone exactly how I cook the steak. Maybe give myself a reason to buy some higher quality steaks. I don't buy bad steaks. Like, I just get New York strip just because they're a little bit cheaper than ribeye. But yeah, if I was going to do a stream thing, it would definitely be a ribeye. That's my one good contribution for the day. Back to chaos. Fair enough.
Helps Cobalt.
Don't want it to get too chummy. What's up, True Granted? Rob, for you. All right, we can take a look at that when the servers go down. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna time this. Well, I don't think we're gonna get it done before the servers go down. Didn't even read it. I don't know what you're pinging.
My flame alights.
He's pinging the candle. Okay. We need to pull back so it can LOS. I didn't even know you could
Fake
LOS
candles.
them on the candle.
Defensive.
Today I learned. Damn, he just dropped. All right, let me get some rage after this.
Flicker and fade.
Never mind. We are absolutely not getting this done in 11 minutes.
Candles light.
Defensive.
It's not happening. It was a good try.
By the candle's light. By the candle's
Listen,
light.
everyone's heart was in it, and that's what counts, okay?
Defensive. Fake candles.
By the candle's light.
Well, it was either try to get one more in or, like, do a vision or something.
By the candle's light.
Oh, those were my choices. Or maybe a mount run.
Defensive. Fake candles.
Flame is extinguished.
We're going all the way through. Just keep running through.
Targeted. Frontal. Defensive.
This is it. Court of Candle King.
Yeah, maybe should have been a 10. Just maybe. It was fun to try, though.
Defensive.
No, sir.
Targeted. Frontal. Defensive.
7 minutes. Yeah, I don't know.
Defensive.
I think that rookery we had like all
Targeted.
blasters. Like all of us were doing, all the DPS were doing over
Targeted.
like
Frontal.
3 mil.
Defensive. Stack soon. Defensive.
No take candle. I make you candle.
Hey, what's up, Tack Life? How you been?
Stack soon.
Wax and ruin.
Stack soon.
Wax and ruin.
Not too bad here. Thank you. Yourself? I'm doing pretty good, man. I've been streaming longer lately.
Stack
Just
soon.
got more energy. And I recently started putting out YouTube content.
I mold you now.
Probably something to do with it. Faster. Dude, I'm just going as fast as my bear will go. I'm thrashing like a maniac.
Stack soon.
I mold you now.
Yeah, we would basically be needing to pull the last boss like right around now.
Stack soon.
I make you candle.
Are you you guys wanting to try something a little crazy?
Stack
Yeah,
soon.
that's what I was about to say, Jesse. I'm gonna go pull the entire cart area. Grabbing a torch, and I am not stopping. Oh shit. What a goofy thing to do.
But
We do it for the meme. We do it for the meme.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first, the darkness. Darkness. Time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use Big Candle Cart to escape.
Tell me if the cart gets stopped. Oh, people are dying. I had to pull them away from the corpses. That was the first time I've ever tried to pull that many. And we got 30 seconds. It's whatever. We gave it the old college try. Swiftar said, I had to sign a waiver for an escape room we're going to this weekend. We had to sign off on the potential risk of psychological injury. What the? Yeah, where are you going? That's standard? Oh, okay. I didn't know. It's a normal strat. You just have to moonfire every single horror, DPS stay back and interrupt the horrors while doing 0 damage. They will run to the tank when they get kicked. Ah. All right, we didn't get it done in time because yeah, let's cancel. They were doing damage and died to the horrors, and nothing I can do about that. All right, what do we have on the old YouTubes this morning? I'm just saying, this is the first thing I saw on my YouTube feed 19 seconds ago. What your favorite World of Warcraft hero says about you. It's Varian, and it says you're really cool. I'm just saying. The real question is, have you 100% Power Wash Simulator yet? Yes. Followed by JK. Still the coolest character they've created in modern WoW. And it's not even close. All right, what is this? Found a series for you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of
Pointless top 10s from Krendor. I've seen these. All right, give me 1 minute, chat. I gotta use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll watch some videos while we wait for the servers to come up. Bro, every time I turn on the stream, you have a big ass smile on your face. I will never unfollow this channel. I appreciate that. Hey, Lelia. Okay, I'm back. Boop. All right, let me turn my music off. Okay, and let's watch some Krendor. Why does this dude sound like Tettles if he had that news anchor bravado in his voice? It's funny, Krendor's actually been a WoW content creator since like the very early days. Krendor's been around for a long time. I think he doesn't really focus on WoW anymore though.
Pointless top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of pointless things. Why are we flying by pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Yep. Number 10 is Gornbrod Sharpeye, and Gornbrod is a high mountain Tauren that sneaks around the drag in Orgrimmar. And when I first found him, I was like, this guy must be part of a quest, right? Like a rogue quest or something, maybe even a specific like Tauren rogue quest, you know what I mean? And that's not the case. He's just here.
He's just doing his thing.
Meaning or purpose for this guy. He's just a Tauren that uses stealth to sneak around. Although he's not very stealthy, everybody can kind of see him, even though he is in stealth technically, and that's pretty much it. Like, he has no quest, no purpose. He's just here stealthing around.
That's just
he does
thing,
potentially have some relatives. There's Hark Sharpeye, who's located in High Mountain, and there's Yorick Sharpeye, who's located in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms as a rare NPC. However, there's speculation that Yorick may actually be Mr. Smite from the Dead Mines in disguise. So this guy could actually be related to Mr. Smite from the Dead Mines in some odd way. So who knows? I have no idea, but as of right now, he's got no purpose. He's just walking around. So that's why Gornbrod Sharpeye is number 10.
Maybe his purpose is to just enjoy walking around Orgrimmar. Maybe he's not pointless. Maybe enjoying your day, doing whatever you want, is his purpose. I'm just saying.
9. Number 9 is Chinli Chang, and Chinli Chang is a Pandaren that's seen meditating in Warspear's Goblin section of Ashran. And one of the reasons I'm sure not many people know about this guy is he's located in Ashran, which is a place nobody goes. Yeah, he's just sitting here floating above some oil barrels meditating, which I don't know many people that are floating in World of Warcraft, so already that's kind of cool. And then when you talk to him, he says, "Some think it's strange, but I find the rhythmic sound of goblin machinery to be quite relaxing. The smell, however, I could do without." And so
this man goes into a factory for ASMR.
I just love the fact that this guy enjoys goblin machinery noises. Like, he's straight up getting ASMR vibes from goblin machinery. Everybody
not
else around
pre-watched,
here's
by the way.
like, oh, that noise is terrible. And he's just like, dude, this noise is awesome. It's also possible he might be related to Bonnie Chang, who is the general goods vendor at the Shrine of Seven Stars in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, which is the Alliance hub area. And so, yeah, this guy's great. He's meditating, he's floating, he's enjoying the sounds, and that's why Chinli Chang is number 9. 8. Number 8 is Scowling Rosa, and Scowling Rosa is a text and specialty goods vendor who walks around Booty Bay, specifically between the Old Port Authority and the Boardwalk. And she actually sells a bunch of books that were intended to be used for the Hidden History quest series, which was cut during the alpha of Legion. And even though the books don't have a purpose anymore, they just kept her in the game, and you can still buy them, even though there's no point in buying them, aside from being like, yo, I bought a book that doesn't have a purpose. And supposedly, the original idea was to have a Hidden History quest for each class campaign, with each book having to be individually tracked in order to progress and upgrade your artifact further. And so you can kind of get that vibe from some of the books that she sells,
what's up, Monster
like
Wolf?
The Untold War of the Ancients, The Seven Curses of the Southern Seas, The Fall of the War Chief, The Hunt for the Light's Wrath, Legends of the Silver Hand,
She just sells completely useless books.
How to Meditate in a Hurricane, which I think Chinli Chang probably already read that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, Scowling Rosa is just a really cool random NPC, and so that's why she's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Xiao Niao the Nightingale, and I'm pretty sure I said that correctly because I looked it up. And Xiao Niao the Nightingale is a Pandaren that is standing on the roof of Spice Master Jin Zhao's house. And she's just standing up on this roof with some unbelievable balance, and when you talk to her, she says, "Don't you just love watching the birds? I wish I could fly too." So she's clearly up here because she wants to be like the birds, and there's actually birds flying all around here, so it's kind of metaphorical, I guess you can say.
Nice birds.
And when I looked it up, it appears that Xiao Niao actually means little bird in Chinese. And I thought she was perfect for this list because when I try to find these NPCs, I try to find ones that you might have seen when you were just walking around the game, or maybe you're questing and you look up and you're like, oh, that's a random NPC. Maybe I'll have them for a quest later. But no, they don't have any quests. They're just a character that's there to add flavor to the world and the environment. And so oftentimes you just forget about these random characters. But you know what? That's why I created Pointless Top 10, so we can find these random NPCs or random things out in the environment or world that we just never noticed or forgot about. And so that's why Xiao Niao is number 7. 6. Number 6 are Ginger Ginger and Flap Flap, and these are winged Hosen located at the Hosen Throne in Dazara lore. And they appear to be guarding the Monkey King, and if you talk to him, he says, "There are many secrets, both mysterious and divine. You have yours, and I have mine." And then when you talk to Flap Flap, he says, "Like me new wings,
name is
fast
Flap
they may
Flap.
be. No slicky can hide from me. Wickets either. Filthy wickets." And Ginger Ginger says, "Slickies of Zandalar are weird. Too ook and salty, and they sometimes talk back." But yeah, I put them on the list because I don't think there's any other winged Hosen in the entire game outside of right here, and they actually get referenced by the Monkey King back in Pandaria in a quest called the Monkey King, where he talks about Sky Hosen. I'm also not sure how they even got their wings, because when you talk to Flap Flap and he says, "Like my new wings," that kind of implies that he used to not have wings, but then he got wings somehow. So I don't know if he was granted them magically by the Monkey King, or maybe he mutated them, or like, I have no idea. But that's what's so great about it, and that's why Flap Flap and Ginger Ginger are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Salisbury the Help, and Salisbury is a gnome quest giver located at Far Watcher's Glen in Stone Talon Mountains, and he appears to be a fan of the citizens of Gilneas who have turned into Worgen. And so not only does he dress like somebody from Gilneas, but he believes that if he manages to gain Hierophant Malik's trust, he will transform Salisbury into a Worgen. And I couldn't get the quest to pop up, but he wants you to go to the Charred Vale and collect a blazing heart of fire. And
Dude, if he can turn into a Worgen, wouldn't the Worgen be really short? Like what would be like a short Worgen, like a pug, like a humanoid pug.
And I guess somehow that'll help him to become a Gilnean Worgen. But then if you speak to Hierophant Malik, he says, "I've tried explaining to Salisbury time and time again that there is no possible way I could transform him into a Worgen. He refuses to listen, and he has instead convinced himself that if he gains my trust, I will let him in on the secret. Gnomes are very strange." And so yeah, it's just a really weird situation where there's a gnome that just wants to be from Gilneas and turned into a Worgen. I don't get it, but that's what he wants, and so that's why Salisbury the Help is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Kevin Browning, and Kevin Browning is a human drink vendor, specifically a coffee aficionado, located in the lower city section of Shattrath
You don't really
City.
see too much
And Kevin
Shattrath
sells
anymore.
one thing and one thing only, and that's black coffee. And you can buy 5 black coffees for 64 silver, which in this economy, that's a pretty good deal. But I wanted to put Kevin on this list for a few reasons. Number 1 is I also am a coffee aficionado. I only drink black coffee. I'm not a big fan of any of the like fancy
My drink of
coffee
choice
drinks.
is
Maybe once in a
advanced.
while I'll have one, but that's like a dessert to me. Like when I have coffee, I just want black coffee. That's all I want. I don't know. I guess that makes me a coffee douche as well, but I am what I am. And the other reason I put him on this list is I just never even noticed him. And I've been to Shattrath numerous times. I've played since Burning Crusade first came out, and I don't know how I just never noticed him. So that's why I decided to put him on the list, and that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Ermel and Sheldon, and Ermel is the Niffin riding atop Sheldon the Snail. And they are a part of the Marl Business Bureau, which I imagine is a reference to the Better Business Bureau. And they will just go around this city in a big circle looking at everything, and occasionally Ermel will stop Sheldon and get off, and he'll
My
go
stream
yell
has a
at
great
some of the
rating with the
businesses and be
BBB.
like, "Hey, are you practicing the right business etiquette?" I don't know what he says. He doesn't actually say anything. He just makes a lot of noises. And then he hops back on Sheldon the Snail, and they just keep doing that over and over, going all around, hopping off, yelling at people, getting back on, going to the next place. And I'm surprised that there's like no comments about this guy. I thought
He's
this
just
guy
doing
was
his
so
thing.
funny, and I looked all over the internet, literally no comments about him. I was like, dude, this guy is perfect for Pointless Top 10. How can there be no appreciation for Ermel and Sheldon making sure that our businesses are safe and functioning, specifically in Ajkahet? And so that's why I had to put him on the list.
Wait,
so that's why
Ajkahet?
Ermel and Sheldon are number.
This isn't what was the underground area called? Zarelek. This isn't Zarelek?
3. 2. Number 2 is Grek, and Grek is an orc warrior found at the Stonebreaker Hold in the Terrakar Forest. And Grek is illiterate. He cannot read. In fact, he is shouting, "Someone come read this wanted poster to Grek. Grek can't read." And when you talk to Grek, he says, "You read wanted poster to Grek? Grek want to help." And Grek actually has a quest called Grek's Crazy Night, where he says, "Grek had a bad night last night. Shiny Mummy Man came into Grek's house and told Grek that he had to go to Mana Tombs and Alkendown. But
He's
Grek
doing the
is still
voice
trying
and
to
everything.
read wanted poster." Grek's face lights up. "Grek knows.
Grek
You
know.
go find Shiny Mummy Man and tell him Grek sent you. It perfect plan." And then when you do, Artificer Morphalius, the Shiny Mummy Man, just says, "That meathead sent you instead. I suppose you'll do." And I also want to give a shout out to Advisor Phala, who is a Blood Elf quest giver, also located at the Stonebreaker Hold, not too far away from Grek. And when you talk to her, she's just like, "I must have made a misstep somewhere to be assigned here." And I think her name's supposed to be like failure, like Phala, failure. So maybe she failed, that's why she's assigned here. I don't know, I just thought it was funny. So either way, that's why Grek, the illiterate
I love
orc
Grek.
warrior,
Grek is my
and
favorite.
Advisor Phala are number 2. 1. And number 1 is Zarg Bone Crunch. And when you hear that name, you're like, damn, dude, Zarg Bone Crunch. He must have fought in a bunch of battles. He
Don't
must have
crunch
beaten
the cat.
people up and everything. But he's actually just a pet battle trainer in Ashran. And he likes cats. And when you talk to him, he says, "Zarg like kitties. Zarg train his little kitties to be cute little warriors." What? Why you look at me like that? You got something against kitties? So actually, you know what? He might actually crunch bones if you don't like cats. That might actually...
I'm Zarg. He's also bald. God damn it.
That might actually be the situation. But I love this guy. He's actually holding and petting a cat, and that cat kind of looks freaked out. I'm not gonna lie. It's like,
Zargex.
so I don't know if it actually likes it, but there's also some other cats running around his legs. It's just, this guy has probably retired from fighting, and now he just likes being a pet
Rebranding
battle
to Rob
trainer, and he has
Zarg.
his cats, and that's all he wants to do. And I love that for him. And not many people know about him because, again, he's an Ashran. So now you know about Zarg Bone Crunch, and that's
And
why
no one goes to
he's number
ASRAM
1.
anymore.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. If you want more Top 10s, you go check out Pointless and
Dude, I love these because nobody's heard of any of this shit because no one pays attention to anything that's not like endgame related. I kind of love these lists. Let me see more pointless top 10s. Pointless NPCs in World of War. Didn't we just do that? Does he just do 10 randos every time?
Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. Why are we flying by this pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is Father Gavin, and Father Gavin is a human male located in the Misty Pine Refuge in the Dwarven Starting
He's
Zone.
bald
Dunmorrow,
too.
and he's affiliated with the...
Does he just keep... Is there actually a pattern here? Every person he picks is bald.
The Argent Dawn. Now, I'm specifically talking about the classic WoW version of Father Gavin.
Bald or
'cause he is in
balding?
the modern version, but he now has Kellen and Lowen Featherbreeze talking to him, and I guess that gives him a little more of a point. However, I think he's still kind of pointless in that, but he was really pointless back in classic WoW, where he just stood at his table.
The pattern is
as
on
a
their head.
mustached
They have
man in
male
the Argent
pattern
Dawn,
baldness.
and that was it. He had a house, he has his table, he's like praying or reading or something, and somebody said he could be a reference to an old historian or something. He also has a picture of a scantily clad woman in his room. But aside from that...
That's not a bowl of fruit. He didn't get got. All right.
He just has a bunch of dwarven stuff in his house. Like, you would just assume this is just a dwarf house. So, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if this is his house, but I guess it is. Because he's standing outside of it. But
I'm
either
reporting
way,
this
Father
NPC.
Gavin could be removed from the game, and I doubt many people would care.
Wait, his name's Father Gavin, so he's like a priest. What's he doing with the lewd content on his wall?
Which means he's pretty pointless, and that's why he's number 10. 9. Number 9 is T'Challa the Witch Doctor, and T'Challa is a jungle troll ghost located in Bloodmaw Ravine in the Blades Edge Mountains. And this is kind of...
I see that he has hair, but he also has a skull on his head, so I'm counting it as bald.
Of a weird quest. So you meet T'Challa and it's his ghost, and he's just like, yo man, I wanted to help the ogres brew some beer, and then they pretty much got his recipe and buried him and stole his hookah, and then he died.
Ooh.
So it sucks. Like, he just wanted to help the ogres get drunk, man, and then they screwed him over. So the whole quest line is you
Ogres
getting
suck.
revenge on the ogres, and then he's like, yo, thanks a lot, you go get some loot from his grave. It's a really weird quest. But I love these types of quests. These are the types of quests that add a lot of flavor to the world. You know what I mean? It's not just some main storyline quest where it's like, go do this thing, right? It's just some troll. It's like, yo, I wanted to help these guys brew beer and they buried me and I died. This sucks. Let's go get some revenge on him. Another fun fact
should be down for
is
2
his
hours.
apprentices seem to sell beer in his memory at the T'Challa's Voodoo Brewery at Brewfest. So that's pretty cool. But listen, at the end of the day, this guy's pretty pointless, and that's why he's number 9. 8. Number 8 is Watcher Tallway, and Watcher Tallway is part of the crew of the Zephyr, which is a zeppelin that goes from Orgrimmar
Not
to
bald.
Thunderbluff. And this may shock and surprise you, but Watcher Tallway's job is to watch. So if you talk to Watcher Tallway, he's like, I be Tallway. Job be to keep the peace and watch. So I be watching. He has fantastic quotes such as, that cloud look like the war chief. There be a bird. There be a bug. Where the ship? A harpy. Wait, that be another bird. And that's it. He watches.
I'd be watching.
He stands on the zeppelin. He watches. He yells out what he sees. And
seriously, no joke. The world feels more alive with more characters like this. Just characters that don't really have too much of a purpose. I hope Blizzard makes more people like this. Just
honestly,
going about
it's
their
fantastic.
day.
Like, just a little reminder, I'm not bashing any of these
It does
NPCs
not.
for saying that they're pointless, because as we know, inside pointless things are treasure, and this guy truly is.
If you don't have
treasure.
a world
I mean,
with
he really
characters
adds
out and
just
about
a little
doing
bit of
things, the
humor,
world
a
feels
little bit of
dead.
fun to that
You
Zeppelin
might as well
ride
just
where
have a
you're like,
lobby
oh,
game.
Man, this is just a slow Zeppelin ride to Thunderbluff. It's taking forever, but now you can have Watcher Tallway be like, yo, a bird, yo, a bird, yo, a bird. Wait, that's a harpy. Wait, another bird, a bird. And it's fantastic, and that's why Watcher Tallway is number 8. 7. Number 7 is Makazgar, and Makazgar is a troll found in the Darkspear strain in Duratar in Classic WoW. He got removed in Cataclysm, so he's not even in the game anymore. And although he is named and hostile, he is not associated with any quests. That's right, he has no quests.
He's bald too.
He doesn't do anything.
We got
He just
another bald
stands
one.
there, and that's it. And people are like, what is his purpose? Is there anything? And somebody said his purpose is to gank level 6 to 8 toons swimming to Senjin after collecting their gnomish tools who are not paying attention. That's really the best solution I could find. There was another theory. Somebody said maybe he's just an outcast troll, and that's why he's just out there just by the ocean being like, man, this sucks, you know? But I mean, aside from that, this guy really is pointless. Like... He was so pointless, they just removed him from the game, and everyone was like, yeah, I don't even know there's a guy there, right?
I didn't know that.
Although, you know, there probably were a couple people that were like, yo, where'd he go, right? Like, it's one of those things where maybe every day you walk somewhere and you just see some random person you don't even know, and you're like, oh, there they are, and then one day you walk by and they're just not there. It's kind of like, what happened to him, right? You don't know anything about him, but you just know they were there every day, and now
He's
they're
just
gone.
doing his thing.
Except, at least now we know why this guy's gone. It's because he had no point, so they just removed him. And that's why he's number 7. 6.
He had
number
no
6
point.
is Beastcaller Madalore, and Beastcaller Madalore is a troll located in Dazar
Yo, look at this
lore,
Chad.
and he's just
Dude,
playing
Zandalari
fetch
actually
with
looks so
his
cool.
Raptor Luna, and someone on
I wish they would make the normal trolls stand upright like the Zandalari. They look way better.
Wowhead pretty much sums this up pretty well. They said, found him throwing a ball to his raptor pet Luna, patrols a small area in the Zaralore, followed him a bit.
I think
tried
I
to get a
might
screenshot
actually
of
like
him throwing the ball,
Zandalari
but he
more
kept
than
running
Orc,
around,
which is
he really does keep
incredible.
running around. It's annoying to film this guy, all right? Pauses from time to time and says, let's go, girl. He'll then break out into a run, having Luna chase after him. Other times, he will point and say, "Are you ready?" And he'll do the bow emote, and Luna will sit, after which he will cheer, and Luna throws her head back in a silent roar as if cheering too. And that's it. I mean, there's no point. He's got no quest. There's really nothing else. It's just a Xandalari troll playing fetch with his raptor pet. And again, that's fantastic.
He's just playing with his raptor.
Some character, some fun elements to the city, right? You're like, oh, there he is. He's just playing fetch. But really, it's very pointless. Like, it's another thing where if it was removed, people'd be like,
it's time to play.
I didn't even realize that. Or they realized it, but not enough to like know that he was gone. But I really love that. I love that in this big city, there's all this stuff going on. There's like war happening. There's like magic and combat and spells and profession, everything. And this dude's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna play fetch with my raptor pet.
Yep.
And that's it. I think it's great. And that's why
just being a normal person.
5. Number 5 is Krend the Pointless. Man, this guy is really pointless. What is this? It's a NPC that sits in a fishing boat.
He's not pointless.
Says,
his point is to be pointless.
And you click, why are you here? And he says, just fishing for treasure. Okay. So yeah, like, man, this might be the most pointless NPC in the game. Jokes aside, this might be.
Hold on, what's his name? This is his character, Krend the Pointless. It's Krendor. This is definitely a nod to Krendor.
Okay, so yeah, like, man, this might be the most pointless NPC in the game. Jokes aside, I think a lot of people thought I was going to put my NPC at number 1, right? I mean, listen, this is a pointless NPC, but I didn't want to put it at number 1 because I felt like everybody's going to be like, oh, he's putting it at number 1, right? And I was like, you know what? I think there are some cooler pointless NPCs in the game than my own. Now, I was like, it's going to make the list, of course, but I mean, this was like, honestly, this was a shock when I got this in the game. Like, I got a belt years ago in Pandaria, and I was like, that's pretty cool. But the fact that I actually have an NPC and it's in Dragonflight instead of Shadowlands, oh man, like, could you imagine if my NPC was in the mall? I would never go see it. But now it's fantastic. I'm just chilling in the Azure
I wouldn't either.
On a small lake, and I'm just fishing. What's better than
this?
He's got
a lot of fish.
I made it, dude. But at the same time, extremely pointless NPC. But as we know, inside pointless things are treasure. And that's why Krend the Pointless is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Tiev Mordoon. And Tiev Mordoon was actually in one of my previous pointless top 10s. He was in pointless top 10 NPCs in the middle of nowhere. Because he truly is in the middle of nowhere. He's in the west of the Sepulchre, on the ocean side of the Eastern Kingdoms. And he used to be a part of the Shaman quest, Call of Water. But now he literally just isn't anything. They removed that quest after Cataclysm, I believe, or they removed it at some point.
Now he just sits there doing nothing.
It is no longer, and so he's just there.
Yeah.
He does have a very small purpose now, however. Apparently, if you don't speak to the minor manifestation of water before it despawns, bring him a water sapta, and he'll bring it back so you can talk to it. So his whole purpose now is to bring back.
So he's not pointless.
A water manifestation if you missed talking to it.
Wait, literally not pointless then.
I haven't actually seen that happen, so I don't know if that's true or not. But I guess that's what this person said. So, you know, he's not completely pointless, but man, that's pretty pointless. Like, you used to be a part of this really cool big shaman water totem quest. And
it's
now
not completely pointless, but we're putting him at number 4.
And it's like, yeah, I guess I can, and that's it, right? Like, you could really live without this guy, but I decided to put him pretty high up on the list because he has been on a previous pointless top 10.
Couldn't do it.
He is pretty pointless, and you know, I really do think he's definitely one of the NPCs where if you removed him, nobody would care. So that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Topper McNabb, and Topper McNabb is a human beggar and former farmer located in the trade district of Stormwind City. He can also be found on the Dark Moon Island at the pier on the southernmost point of the island begging for coins. In Legion, when the Uncrowned and the Veiled Hand infiltrated the
He's
city and
bald as
caused
a wig.
lockdown, McNabb was seen sleeping in the auction
Another bald
house.
character.
And then in BFA, in the Vision of Stormwind, Topper is transformed into a rat, and once
It's all their fault. Stupid Alliance army just had to build their towers right behind my farm.
he is killed, he reverts back to his human form. The talking cat Tittles will then begin eating the corpse. So I always just assumed Topper McNabb was pretty
Tittles?
pointless, right? He's just walking around Stormwind. He's begging for money. He says, help a poor bloke out. Could you spare some coins? Shine your armor for a copper. Better get a move on, kid. That coffee's not going to get any hotter. He actually has a
He did
reference
say
to
Tittles.
Wimpy from Popeye where he says, I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. But the thing that kind of blew my mind that I never knew is that Topper McNabb actually has a backstory. So in Warcraft 3, a common tactic when playing humans to prevent the enemy from easily destroying defensive towers is to place farms in front of them so that the enemy melee units would have to destroy the farms to get to that tower. And Topper McNabb says, it's all their fault, stupid Alliance army just had to build their towers
That's
right
actually
behind
true.
my farm. And then he also says, stupid orcs had to burn my farm to the ground. So Topper McNabb actually had his farmland and house and everything destroyed back in Warcraft 3, and that's why he's here.
How's it going? It's going great. We're watching pointless characters.
I was like, dude,
Pointless
I did
top
not know
10.
any of this. And so just because of that, and because of how prevalent Topper McNabb is, I was like, I got to put this high up on the list. And that's why Topper McNabb is
Oh
number
my
3.
God.
2. Number 2 is the Ancient King, and the Ancient King is located on the ocean floor south of the Broken Shore. His purpose is currently unknown, and he is located under the death line. As such, reaching him is impossible. So can't really get any close-up shots here, but it is actually kind of weird. I did not know about this at all. Someone tweeted this to me, so thank you very much for letting me know this existed. But these are really the types of things that I love. Just weird things out in the wild, right? Like there's this guy called the Ancient King just trapped out in the fatigued ocean in the ground, and that's it. There's so many questions to be had here. Like, did the developers accidentally do this and then leave him there? Is this some weird reference to something? Is this an inside joke? Like, there's so many questions, and we don't know.
I have no idea what that would be for.
I mean, this guy could be the savior of Azeroth.
No,
And,
that's me.
I mean, like, for all we know,
I'm
this
the
guy could be
savior.
the strongest being in the world, but he's just stuck in a mountain. But I guess if he was the strongest being in the world, he wouldn't be stuck in a mountain, right? But I don't know. It's, to me, it's one or the other. It's either he's extremely important or he's not important at all. But one thing's for sure, and that's that this guy's pretty pointless. Because
Maybe that's
if he got
Azeroth.
removed from the game today, I don't think anyone would care or notice, because they probably haven't noticed already. So that's why the Ancient King is number 2. And number 1 is Wendell Sparkshine. And Wendell Sparkshine is a gnome who stands outside the Silver Enclave in Dalaran, and every day at 9 p.m. server time, Wendell walks around and lights the street lights of Dalaran with his wand. According to Wowpedia, he enjoys his job so much that he sells Wendell's lighters so that others can experience the same joy. In World of Warcraft Legion, an image of his daughter Kindy Sparkshine appears on top of the lights in memorial to her death at Theramore. So this is one of those things where somebody was like, oh, you should check out the gnome that just lights lamps in Dalaran. He's pretty pointless. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds pretty pointless. And I looked in.
He turns on the lights. How is he pointless? He literally does something.
Into it, and I was like, dude, this is this is actually sad. Like, it's almost like a memorial. Like, he lights the lamps as a memorial.
That's not pointless.
to
Someone's
his
got to turn the
daughter
lights
that
on.
Died in the Theramore bombing.
This
Like,
list
that shit's
is a bait
crazy.
and
So in the
switch.
Legion Dalaran, I think your wand doesn't actually work anymore. I guess that was in Wrath of the Lich King when you could buy the wand and use it. And so you say, Wendell, why doesn't my wand work on the lamppost anymore? And he says, oh yes, terribly sorry about that. I like to light the lamppost myself, you see. It helps me. Let's leave it at that, please. And I mean, that is really sad, right? Like, this is the way he copes. Like, he copes with the death of his daughter by just lighting these lamps every night. And so to me, this truly had to be number 1, because this really is the embodiment of inside pointless things or treasure. You know, you see this gnome, he's walking around lighting these lampposts. You're like, why is this guy even lighting these lamps, right? Like, it's just turn them on. It's just the game, right? But then you read into it and you learn his story and you're like, damn, dude, light those lamps. So head over to
light
Dalaran
those
at 9
lamps.
p.m. and see him light some street lights, because it's pretty cool. And that's why Wendell Sparkshine is #1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. If you want to support the channel, you can check out patreon.com/Krendor, or you can become a channel member and get access to a Q&A every month. Also, you can check out some other Pointless Top 10s. We had temples, we had squirrels,
probably
we
link
had
the video
weirdest
too.
NPCs. Check them all out. Okay?
Okay.
See
See
ya.
ya. All right, I still want to watch this one. What your favorite World of Warcraft hero says about you? Yeah, I watched that yesterday. It actually looked pretty good.
World of Warcraft hero says about you.
Oh God.
Tyrande Whisperwind. You're really into strong women, but like really strong women. You fantasize daily about having your head crushed between a pair of muscular feminine
I've always
thighs.
liked Tyrande,
For you,
guys.
You believe that Tyrande is one of the genuine best written characters in World of Warcraft.
I don't know about that.
Sure, she's strong most of the time, a literal night warrior, but she's also confident in herself enough to be able to let her guard down
Wow,
and just
this one got
rest in
thirsty
her husband's arms.
fast.
And that for you, it kind of makes you tear up a little bit inside. You feel this woman's pain and you make it your own with every cinematic that she's in. And also, it goes without saying, you really
I hated this scene so much, dude. Oh my God. Got her dead to rights, and then all of a sudden, like, nah, just kidding. We're taking her power away for no reason. I was so mad.
with every cinematic that she's in. And also, it goes without saying, you really hate Sylvanas.
I
And
do.
for good reason, too. Malfurion Stormrage. You're either a longtime druid main, or you're just really into taking naps in the middle of the day. Or maybe you're just the guy in your guild that actually took the time to read the Warcraft lore books to realize what an awesome character Malfurion is. Sadly, in-game, he's not shown to be as cool as he is in the novels.
Same
but
with Varian,
anyway,
dude.
You love the idea of peace and balance, but you're also perfectly okay with letting your wife go Super Saiyan and whip everybody's
Malfurion
asses
is like
while
a
you
god
lie in a
level
bush
character.
somewhere communing with a butterfly. You
He's
definitely get roasted
insanely
by your
powerful.
raid team for being way too chill. But you tell yourself that it's just because you're so wise, not lazy.
Yeah.
King Varian Wren.
Oh.
You watched that one
I'm
Legion cinematic
still
at
mad
least
about it.
47 times, my friend, and you know what? You cried every single time. You admire strength, leadership, and epic dad energy. You
Yep.
think For the Alliance is a frickin' personality trait, and every time
quite.
Anduin speaks today, you whisper to yourself, he's not my true king. Deep down, you still hope that Blizzard will retcon Varian back in some
Nope.
form, but you know that they won't. And if they do, you're praying to your King Varian idol in your bedroom that they don't bring him back as some sort of like
How the fuck did
undead
he know?
villain or corrupted whatever, because that would seriously break your heart. And did I mention
Yep, that's
that
why I don't
Varian
want them to
fans, they
res
really
him.
like football. Jaina Proudmoore.
Hold on.
Did I mention that Varian fans, they really like football? Jaina Proudmoore. You're a sucker for a good redemption arc, my friend. And sure, Jaina's father was, you know, he was right about literally everything he said, but you ignore that little fact just so that you can appreciate Jaina's story a little bit more. You probably have caught yourself singing, "Beware the daughter of the sea," at random times while driving since Battle for Azeroth, and you think that Kul Tiras should have somehow remained a main faction hub for the Alliance for like forever. You also have very strong opinions
it.
about Garrosh and anybody that says he did nothing wrong. And maybe you're right. Maybe.
Eyes up here, chat.
But you're not. Thrall. You're just a simple orc-loving boomer. What can I say? You think Doomhammer is the coolest weapon in the franchise, and you probably have
It
the
is
Lord
what
of
it
the Clans
is.
novel sitting on your bookshelf. You miss when Thrall was Green Jesus before he got stuck doing nothing important in the lore, and you wish that Blizzard had truly explored his character's complex relationship with the orcs all the more. After all, Thrall, he was raised by humans and values things like peace and working together and a culture of tribalistic, war-loving orcs. How the heck is Thrall supposed to navigate those waters? Well, somehow
too,
he
Frey.
did, and you love him for it. Anduin Wren.
Oh boy.
This guy I cover in my What Your Favorite Warcraft Villain Says About You video. You're the final boss of fun when it comes to this game's universe. You're a force that needs to be destroyed. If you don't think that Anduin is a villain in this game, you're clearly out of your mind and lost, confused, and beyond help. You can watch that video after this one. Sylvanas Windrunner. Dude, I know, yeah, why is Sylvanas on the list? Okay, listen. There are some people out there that for some reason are so blinded by their love of the Forsaken and of Sylvanas that they actually think that somehow this Mary Sue was a hero all along. I don't know why these people exist on the internet. Those of you that argue, you know, red-faced that Sylvanas was one of the good guys all along, but I think he just gone a little crazy behind that computer screen, because wiping out an entire civilization of innocent night elves, that's just totally a cool thing to do, bro, you know? I mean, what's wrong with burning a couple, you know, innocent men, women, and children alive? You know, whatever. Now, I do admit that Sylvanas in Warcraft 3 and Classic WoW was awesome, but after that, you know, I don't see how you guys are justifying that she was actually the good guy all along. Like, you guys are freaking crazy. Uther the Lightbringer. You believe in honor and virtue, and hitting things with a hammer the size of a bullhorn in heat. You're either over 30 years old or you're an old school paladin main who still thinks that Stratholme is the best damn dungeon in World of Warcraft, or you're just some streamer who's so addicted to paladin auto attacks that you think that any class in this game with more than a 2-button rotation in Classic WoW, that's way too complicated. You're the one that gets visibly emotional when talking about Arthas, and you're often heard defending him to a degree, saying things like, he was just a boy, he didn't know. It's like you personally knew the guy. Maybe you're just someone that's too empathetic, that you truly feel Uther's pain deep down. And for that, I think you're one of the most pure souls that play this game. Khadgar. You love wizards, you love memes, and awkward exposition dumps. You're the guy that sits down at the D&D table to play as a wizard just to try and break the reality and rules of the game, just to get a laugh out of everybody. But you know what? You just piss off your DM and you don't get invited back to play anymore, but screw him, am I right? You got World of Warcraft after all. Look, you're just the kind of person who just wants to believe in having a good laugh during difficult times and difficult days and trying to be wise in stressful situations. But deep down, you just really like birds. And you're kind of an idiot. What is it about
and you're kind of an idiot,
though? Like, they're all bird enthusiasts. Have you noticed that? Terrellion, you believe that the light fades.
Who?
Have you noticed that? Terrellion, you believe that the light,
Terrellion,
faith, and memorizing Bible verses can fix everything, including awkward character development. You, of course, main a paladin, and you completely reject the idea that everybody pushes that Terrellion is some crazy religious zealot for magical floating space rocks. No, you scream out. He is actually a virtuous warrior of the light, destined to purge all of creation from humankind. And that is what you tell yourself at Mass every Sunday and at the gym. And then you get home, and you realize how dull of a character Terrellion is, and then you cry a little bit before sipping some Coffee Mancer coffee to get your edge back, which is linked down below in the description. It's our premium coffee, and you should totally drink it, unless you want to end up like Terrellion. And speaking of complete losers, Bane Bloodhoof. You just want everyone to get along. You're tired, fat as hell IRL, just like me. You're the mediator in your friend group and play support in every game you touch, because you know that nobody's gonna do it. You know, you kind of hate your life a little bit. Or maybe you just quietly hate everybody around you. Maybe it's both, actually. Listen, you probably have written fan fiction where Bane gets the recognition he deserves. And, if Bane Bloodhoof is your favorite hero, somehow you were moved by Bane's rich character development during Shadowlands. And if you're a true World of Warcraft player, you'll understand that joke. Vol'jin. You're all about that quiet strength, the kind of person that doesn't say much, but when you do, everybody listens. Oh yeah, and you're probably also gonna die like 5 minutes after you achieve your life goal, just like Vol'jin did after becoming War Chief. So, sorry buddy, you were actually sad when Vol'jin died. You think he deserved better. And you know what? You're right. He did deserve better. And you're never going to forgive Blizzard for it. Nor are you going to forgive Blizzard for forgetting that Rakan exists and barely doing anything with him in World of Warcraft. Oh, and did I mention that you secretly really love Rexxar too?
Rexxar is pretty cool.
A little bit of a crush on him. It's a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
Alaria Windrunner. You're just here for the drama in this game. The true World of Warcraft endgame is just forcing guilds to disband due to everybody being at each other's throats. You're just a very angry person, IRL. What can I say? You picked the Windrunner sister who said, what if I embraced the void and kept my sanity? Of course, you main a ranged DPS, and you have a suspicious number of void-themed transmogs. And you're also quietly hoping that Blizzard somehow lets Alaria become a god of the void in some manner lore-wise down the road. Alexstrasza, you're the group mom, the friend who brings snacks, heals everybody, and tells people to touch grass in the nicest possible way. You love nature,
in the nicest possible way,
and emotional speeches mid-battle. You probably teared up at least once during Dragonflight, and you will defend Alexstrasza against all of her haters, because World of Warcraft truly is a game, at least in your
Does Alex Straza have haters? Is there anyone in chat that actually hates Alex Straza?
All about becoming one big dumb family. Or there's the alternative where you're just somebody with a secret vor fetish because the idea of being eaten by a giant dragon MILF really turns you on. Chromie. You're chaotic good with a little dash of time magic. You love quirky characters and probably have way too much fun with time-walking dungeons. You're someone that thinks skipping to the good part is the good part. What can I say?
Good part.
And you're also a big fan of World of Warcraft lore. And I'm dead
Same
serious.
job.
Once you tried to explain Warcraft lore to somebody and it did not go very well because you were way too detailed. But hey, who cares, right? Also, gotta say something. Lore Walker Cho, dude, he gets way too much attention to this game. You, Chromie, you should be the star in-game lore teaching character, not him. That is something that all Chromie lovers can agree on. Sarfang.
Hey, Cheesemo.
You're probably a dad IRL, or your best friend is a dad. You believe in honor, tradition.
How come for all my characters that I enjoy, he says you're probably a dad, but I'm not a dad. I like Varian and I like Sarfang. That makes me a dad somehow.
And big dramatic sacrifices. You quote, honor isn't dead yet. Whenever somebody screws up in your guild and you have to forgive them despite everybody telling you to kick them out, look, you play tanks exclusively, you love slow walking into danger, you walk with your weapon unsheathed for maximum immersion, and you always are a fan of picking the dialogue options that say, there must be another way. Because for you, life isn't black and white. There's always a wise, reasonable middle ground, which likely will just lead to you being blown up by a banshee one day.
I see things as black and white a lot of the time.
You are fueled
okay, this
by
one was
pure
wrong.
Rage. You never let go of grudges, especially not undead-related ones. You chose your main to be a worgen simply because they can snarl. Just like you do IRL whenever you get killed in PvP, or your boss calls you to come into work on your day off because your coworker bailed suddenly. But you're loyal, trustworthy, and you love kids. But you're angry. And honestly, you're kind of terrifying, especially after you drink too much whiskey. People really should avoid you on those nights. Rexar, you're a lone wolf. Literally. You play Beast Mastery only, and you have a spiritual connection to every animal in your stable in-game, and every animal at your local park. You think civilization is fake and gay, and probably spend half your WoW time AFK in the woods somewhere. You also probably have a bear tattoo on your arm, or some weird-ass Native American design going on your leg or on your back, because nature, dude. Dude, nature, bro. Dude. Velen. You're the philosopher of the group.
Nature, dude.
The ancient wisdom and cosmic awareness type who everybody comes to for advice. That is until you start quoting Julius Evola and everyone gets a little suspicious and a little bit scared. You only play healers, and Invader Zim was your jam growing up because spaceships. You really have a thing for spaceships and aliens. What can I say? Deep down though, you're just the guy that's really sad all the time because you're waiting for Blizzard to give Velen another major lore moment. And you know what? Velen deserves it. And so do you. But you know what else you deserve? That's right. Faster leveling, easy gold making, that pet and mount that you've always wanted. You need
Zygor Wowie.
World of Warcraft's ultimate guide on, the sponsor of this channel, which is linked down below in the description. Use code Nixium for 20% off.
We got hit with the sneaky ad.
Cenarius. You're the ultimate druid fan. But like, you're like the druid fan. You still call Elune the Mother Moon, and you probably have a tattoo of a leaf somewhere on your body. Because nature, bro. Like, dude, nature. You like your heroes ancient and cryptic, and apparently made of vines, and you're still mad about Gromosh stabbing Cenarius, you know, that one time? Well, I think we're all kind of mad about that. Also, you probably listen to a lot of Fawn in your free time, Omnia or Wardruna, to reconnect with the spirits of the squirrels outside your window. The weed actually also helps, now that I think about it. Rathian.
Dude, how did Rathian get on the list but not Illidan?
Annoying. And maybe a little evil. You're into morally gray characters who flirt with both destruction and redemption. You play rogues and warlocks exclusively, and you probably dream about black dragons doing questionable things to your body while you're restrained on a table. Let's be honest, the only reason why Rathian is your favorite is because you think he's hot. You would eat an egg off of his steamy chest because you're just kind of weird. Mechatork. You love gadgets.
How did Mechatork get on the list but not Illidan?
Explosions, Leaving offerings of milk and honey on the windowsill for tomtes because you live in some Swedish forest somewhere far away that nobody can pronounce? You're the kind of player who reads every tooltip, shares memes that nobody finds funny, and you get mad when people say that gnomes aren't cool. Like me. You're also very angry that we still haven't seen a fully CGI gnome in a WoW cinematic, even after 20 years. But hey, maybe we'll see one in another 20 years' time. You never know. Magni Bronzebeard. You're nostalgic for those old days, but you're also really confused half the time. You kind of understand what's going on in the lore. It's like this rock man who talks to a planet and tells you about the rock people, but honestly, you don't really care all that much. You just want to drink beer, play WoW, watch football on your TV while on your computer, and just think about Moira's big dwarven titties. You're also a big fan of Minecraft for some unknown reason, okay?
Some unknown
as well as
reason.
My What Your Favorite Warcraft Villain Says About You video, which I talked about
we have
earlier,
to do the follow-up
which
video.
is on your screen right now for you to watch next. World of Warcraft has given us some of...
All right. Is Illidan in this one? He's right there. Illidan's a villain. Got it.
The greatest villains in gaming history. Evil
He's right after
undead
Arthas.
kings, corrupted dragons, depressed elves with the god complex.
There you go.
This universe has it all. And whether you want to admit it or not, you have a favorite. So let's make a few people feel personally attacked due to me exposing their secret fetishes, dear viewer. This is what your favorite WoW villain says about you. Starting with number 1. Arthas Menethil.
There he is.
You peaked in Wrath of the Lich King. Nothing compares. The world sucks now. Blizzard sucks. Gaming sucks. Nothing's fun anymore. You've been chasing that icy high ever since you thrusted your axe into Arthas's backside atop Icecrown. And if your character doesn't go full Hamlet by the end of their arc, you call it lazy writing. You probably own at least one hoodie with the Lich King on it, and you probably have whispered, "Frostmourne hungers," unironically at some point, even though you knew it was kind of cringe. I can guarantee one thing, though.
Never
you
did
think
that.
Shadowlands ruined everything. But you still play WoW regardless, because no other villain made you feel the way that Arthas did. No other story hooked you to a game like his story managed to do.
I mean,
you didn't just enjoy
that
his
part's
story.
kind of true.
You felt it in your
Warcraft
soul,
3.
possibly your lower back, because damn, did you play a lot of Warcraft 3. And I understand that, because Warcraft 3 is freaking awesome.
It is.
Number 2, Illidan Stormrage. You think that being misunderstood automatically makes you deep and interesting to talk to, but it doesn't. You probably have a big shirtless Illidan wallpaper on your wall, which makes your parents or your friends think that you're kind of gay, but you swear that you're not, but nobody believes you. You unironically, though, have used the phrase, I am my scars, while on a date to sound more interesting, but it probably just scared the poor lady away. You, of course, play a demon hunter in World of Warcraft. You love being a little bit edgy, and you get mad when people say that Illidan was a bad guy, because no, he was right all along, you see. People just didn't understand his vision. You probably also flirt with the idea of being chaotic neutral IRL, but you cry during Pixar movies. You thought that you were prepared for that introduction in the movie Up, but you weren't. Number 3.
I wasn't.
Sylvanas Windrunner. You are either a goth girl, in love with a goth girl, or you are so deep in denial that your therapist has you on speed dial to check in on you on the regular. You defended Sylvanas when she burned down Teldrassil. You defended her when she joined the Jailer, and you probably still defend her, even though her redemption arc was written like a bad fan fiction. Because seriously, her punishment was, even though her redemption arc was written like a bad fan.
But like, she's a badass that fights all the humans, then her and Anduin fight to the death, and then everything is all horde.
Fiction. Because seriously, her punishment was just to do dailies in the mall. Like, what's up with that? Granted, that.
To be fair, that is a harsh punishment. Doing dailies in the maw forever. That's gonna suck.
It's terrible. But anyway, you talk a lot about free will, most likely, in your free time, but you haven't made any serious decisions in your life beyond which fast food joint you're going to eat at later tonight.
Sometimes
also,
that's a tough choice.
You play 100% Horde, and you still say For the Dark Lady without irony. And hey, if you play World of Warcraft and you feel just as lost as Sylvanas in the Maw, maybe what you need is Zygor, the ultimate World of Warcraft add-on that's the sponsor for this channel. It'll help you level faster, earn some gold, get those mounts and pets you've been looking for. Use code Nixium at checkout, 20% off, link down below. Number 4, Deathwing. You watched the Cataclysm cinematic trailer more times than you've watched How to Train Your Dragon. and that's saying something. You're the kind of person who loves chaos for the sake of chaos. You didn't choose Deathwing because of his ideology. You chose him because he exploded the frickin' planet. Subtlety is not your thing. You pick the biggest tank in every game, you shout over Discord, and you probably have broken a keyboard or two in a mid-Mythic Plus run. You
Never
wanna
broken a
watch the
keyboard
world
before.
burn. What can you say? And if you can't do that, you'll at least settle for top DPS. Also, if Deathwing's your favorite, you probably also share his desire for wanting to rail Alexstrasza, and I don't blame you, but can you make it a little less obvious? Number 5, Garrosh Hellscream. You hate what Blizzard did to him, and you will never forgive them. You still quote, "Times change," like it's scripture, like it's some ancient wisdom passed down from heaven itself. Seriously though, Garrosh fans, they're divided into 2 groups, okay? You got the angry lore purists, right? And then you got the angry Horde players that think that Thrall cheated in his fight with Garrosh, which he did, by the way.
He did.
Either way, you want your villains to be proud, brutal, and unrepentant. You believe in tribalistic honor, strength, and yelling at your guildies in Orgrimmar before getting banned for role-playing too hard. You're not evil, you're just built a little bit different, or so you keep telling yourself. Thrall cheated, by the way. Did I mention that? If I didn't, I just felt like reminding you guys, okay, because Thrall definitely cheated. Also, honor Kromgar, never forsake it. Garrosh lovers will never
that was a
forgive
good
Blizzard
scene.
for how they dumbed down this incredible character. Number 6, Gul'dan. You're the kind of person who always picks the Warlock class.
Ghoul dang it. That's a good name.
Always trusts the demon with the deep and evil voice, and always goes for the power-up, even when it's clearly a cursed skull that's going to consume your soul.
Yep.
You admire ambition, you have 0 patience for moral gray areas. To you, Gul'dan isn't even evil. He's efficient. You also probably think that Warlords of Draenor was underrated, which is somehow more evil than anything Gul'dan ever did. Your favorite words are unlimited power and consequences are for cowards. We have Warlock shirts for sale on the Nixium store, by the way. Just a little heads up, link down below in the description. Number 7,
We got added.
Queen Ajara. You are down bad, dude.
Although
it don't
his
matter
ads are
if
only
you're
like
male,
10
or
seconds.
female, or something in between. If Ajara is your favorite villain, you saw her in those couple of cutscenes and you just said, "Whoa, step on me, mommy." You tell people that you admire her cunning and her ambition, but you ain't fooling no one.
Yeah.
All right, you don't care about her plans or her stupid empire.
You
just
like
want
the
to be
tentacle
dominated
lady.
by a 1,000-year-old squid sorceress with glowing eyes. Okay, and you need to seek some help. Actually, don't waste your time. It's too late for you. And by the way, clean off those stains that you made on your copies of the War of the Ancients book trilogy and clear your browser history of all that Rule 34. It's a little much. What would your mom think? Come on, man. Number 8, the Jailer, aka Zaval. You're either an edgy contrarian, a lore apologist, or you are someone that thinks that Shadowlands was actually pretty good. Basically, you're freaking crazy, dude. You defend Zoval because you think he had potential, even though he had the charisma of a piss-soaked sandal. You make long forum posts about cosmic balance and first ones and all that nonsense, and then you wonder why nobody invites you to Mythic Plus.
That's right.
Your friends, they got you muted on Discord. You don't know it, but they have. And surprisingly, you're one of the true villains of World of Warcraft. You make even the Warlords of Draenor apologists cringe. But I'm sure the Jailer planned, all of this all along. Am I right? Number 9.
All of it.
Kill Jaden. You're smart, you're tactical, a little bit manipulative, but in a cool way. You're the kind of person who mains a Warlock, only plays on Mythic difficulty, and you think that any game where you can't get kids to go out and gather reagents for you is a waste of time. Kill Jaden fans, they like their villains complex and ruthless, and you probably think that Sargeras was a dumbass who wasted Red Daddy's potential. You don't just want to win, you want to win from the shadows with a backup plan for your backup plan, right? Your real weakness, though, you're an overthinker. You overthink everything, and that is what leads to your downfall.
Damn.
Number 10,
That's
the
me.
Old Gods. You don't have a favorite villain, you have a favorite whisper. You have listened to those old god voice lines more than you have listened to your own mother. You don't want to conquer the world. You want to corrupt it. You want to ruin it. Like to the degree that they ruined Game of Thrones with the last few seasons. Your favorite expansion was Battle for Azeroth, but only because of the tentacles. And Ajara, you unironically say things like embrace the void, while in game to strangers, and your favorite color is of course purple. You aren't evil in a traditional way. You're the kind of evil that just oozes And seriously, you really should get that gamer chair sore looked at, buddy. You've been sitting in that chair since Cthulhu came out back in Vanilla WoW. But that is a really nice mug that you got there. Is that a Coffee Mancer coffee mug for Coffee Mancer Coffee?
At
Which is
number
linked down below in the
3.
description? Hell yeah, it is. Number 11, Xalatath. You think that you're smarter than everybody else in the room, and you might be right, but you're also simping for a giant purple elf woman with massive feet that appear in way too many cinematics, so you're kind of cringe. Ugh, just imagine the smell. I will say though, you loved the dagger version of Xalatath because she had opinions.
Yeah, exactly, Lenzo. I'm mostly just joking.
A little bit turned on though. You and the Ajar fanboys, like legit, you really need to clear out the browser history, all right? What would your grandpappy think, all right? He didn't serve in Vietnam so that you could look at Purple Lady like Poontang, like on the internet. Or maybe you did. Whatever. Anyway, you trust Xalatath, right? She never lies. She just speaks in riddles that lead to interdimensional catastrophe.
Yeah.
If you have a favorite villain who refers to mortals as playthings, you're either a big scholar of World of Warcraft lore, or you probably need to be on a watch list. And now, everybody,
why not both?
For the most evil of all the World of Warcraft villains. If you've enjoyed the video so far, be sure to give it a like and hit the subscribe button. My name is Nixium, and here we go. Number 12,
Volpera.
Anduin Wrynn.
Oh no!
You are the most dangerous player in all of Azeroth, right? You pretend to be kind and noble and peaceful, but deep down, you want to destroy everything that makes this franchise great. You want to put an end to the war in Warcraft. You want everyone just to talk it out and hold hands and raid responsibly. Horde and Alliance conflict.
Anduin Wrynn's taking the war out of Warcraft.
You gotta come together as friends. Dude, you're the final boss of fun when it comes to this game's universe. You're a force that needs to be destroyed, all right? What are you talking about in my comment section saying things like, this game's not about unnecessary violence, death, pointless mass murder, and mayhem, the likes of which fantasy has never seen before? What the heck are you talking about? Are you blind? You're the true endgame threat. And the fact that you think you're the good guy makes you worse than Arthas, Deathwing, and the Burning Legion combined.
Oh, shit.
I said it. And there you go. 12 of the worst villains in World of Warcraft and the people who love them. Which one's your favorite, guys? Let me know down in the comment section below. And if you say the jailer, yeah. All right.
Someone had a chance to do something great. Had the top comment be the jailer.
Now, if you like this video, you're going to really like what your main in World of Warcraft says about you, which is linked right here on your screen. Give it a click, give it a watch, and I will see you with my next video.
I feel like we watched this one already. What your World of Warcraft main says about you? I feel like we might have watched this already. I'm not sure. I kind of want to do it again, though.
Guys, I am somebody that's been playing World of Warcraft for probably way too long. I've been playing since Vanilla WoW, and if there's one thing that I've learned over all these years of playing, it's what does your World of Warcraft main say about you? So, that's what we're going to talk about today.
This was 8 years ago, by the way. This is an 8-year-old video. Have you watched the newest Rex Troy stuff? No, I haven't. Is it good? Baiting gankers with 1% HP. Retribution. Wait. Ret one shot. How long have the servers been down for now? 1 hour. They posted that it's going to be a 2-hour downtime. Let's see baiting gankers with 1 HP. 1% HP.
Hey guys, would you attack a naked 1 health Death Knight sitting on a trash can?
You wanted to see what your main says about you? Okay, we'll watch the one that we were going to watch, and then we'll watch this. So let me dupe that.
Hey guys.
Go back on this one. Again.
Guys, I am somebody that's been playing World of Warcraft for probably
and then we'll watch that one
way
next.
too long. I've been playing since Vanilla WoW. Does your World of Warcraft main say about you? So that's what we're going to talk about today.
I think there's some
Let's
class
get started, and my friend,
and the
prepare
Orgrimmar
to be
vision
read
comes
like
out today.
a book. The Warrior. All warrior players are solo-type personalities that would like nothing more than to charge into battle alone against a tide of enemies and slaughter them all one by one. However, due to the nature of the game, you are forced to fight alongside the normies, and that pisses you off deep down in your heart. As a prot warrior, you are the living definition of tank in World of Warcraft ever since vanilla, and you wear that badge proudly. In the back of your head, you have a little bit of an ego, because you know that an untold number of players have tanked as your class and spec before you, and many will tank as prot long after you're gone. As a warrior, you probably hated leveling up, as warrior leveling is some of the most boring leveling in the game. However, when it comes to PvP and PvE, you probably think that nothing compares to destroying face as a max level warrior at endgame. And lastly, if you are not a prot warrior, you probably spend most of your day in World of Warcraft trying to find the most badass transmog, and you screen cap every single little crit you get to put on Facebook to show your friends who just
Definitely an
don't
8-year-old
care.
video. Who posts on
Mage.
Facebook anymore?
As a mage, you are someone who wants to live life on the edge by doing big damage, but having just a little bit of health to survive on. But you know what? You're dangerous, and so you'll do it. Now, as you go through your perilous adventure as a mage, you absolutely hate it whenever anybody asks you for food, but you hide this frustration by throwing just a little smiley face at the end of your no problem message.
Yep.
You also think that mirror image is the most amazing spell ever.
It's not
so
that
when the
cool.
talent choice is not the right one for top DPS, you get really depressed and you're forced to choose otherwise.
Yep.
Or you just stop caring and you choose it anyway. And finally, you relish in moments to show off your crowd controlling abilities. And sometimes, my
So
friend,
annoying.
on a dark and cloudless night, you remember the days of marking and polymorphing in dungeons, and you cry over your memories. The Demon Hunter. As a Demon Hunter, you think that Illidan is this amazingly cool character simply because his voice actor is badass, or maybe you're just playing the class because it's new, one of the two. You are the most unoriginal person who plays World of Warcraft as well, because you of course just had to make your character's name stuff like Illidan with 3 L's, Not Prepared, I Am Prepared, Demon Haunter, John Wilson. How
Wilson, what the fuck?
unoriginal can one class be? As a Demon Hunter, I can guarantee you've made at least one shoot the whoop joke in your playtime after casting I-Beam, and you just hate the fact that people look down on you for playing the new class. So you follow every guide as close as possible to do maximum DPS, you always do your best in PvP, and more. You are determined to prove yourself to the WoW community as a legit, fun, and awesome class. But you know what? You can't. Because deep down, you know that Death Knights are better. The Death Knight. Now, as a Death Knight, you want to play as a Necromancer class, but because it's not in World of Warcraft yet, you gotta settle for second best. Now, most likely you have a YouTube channel where you make stupid machinima videos that people watch for some reason because, I don't know, they think that your weird voices are funny or something. And you also absolutely hate warlocks and anybody who plays a warlock because you are supposed to be the dark and evil class.
Okay,
not
I can get down with that.
And hey, why is it that warlocks always get such cool tier sets? As a Death Knight, all you want are a ton of skulls all across your armor. But does Blizzard deliver? No. And speaking of Blizzard, you secretly hate them for not allowing DKs the ability to name their ghouls. You eagerly await the day when you can name your ghoul something like Coming for Dat Booty and just watch them wreck the enemy faction in a battleground. the rogue.
I would love to be able to do that.
Now, as a rogue, you understand that you are the stereotypical asshole of World of Warcraft.
This
and
is
so
true.
Rather than trying to escape this stereotypical social role, you embrace it.
Yep.
In your free time, you creep into low-level zones, and you kill quest-giving NPCs to piss off the noobs, and you will only attack a max-level player if, and only if, they are fighting a ton of mobs at once, so that there's no way they will survive your attack.
That's
you
smart.
also think that it's really badass for Blizzard to have made an entire song about your class. And finally, you also are on the ninja side of the argument in the pirates versus ninjas debate.
Ninjas are way cooler than pirates.
In your bedroom, you have a Nerf gun, a foam dagger, or a Genji cosplay outfit that you have bought from a convention in the past.
Foam battle axes don't count.
You absolutely hate Death Knights because they're just so much cooler of a class, especially Night Elf Death Knights, since they're just so handsome and so awesome, especially the people that play them. You probably have a YouTube channel as well, but you never make any content, so people get really angry at you and they leave mean comments on your Twitter. Now, despite having the coolest tier sets in the game, somehow, you managed to create a terrible transmog. Oh, and you absolutely hate it when people ask for a soul well and when people beg for a summon who are just one zone away and could easily fly or ride to meet up with your group.
That's me.
Monk. You were that one person who was actually excited for Mist of Pandaria because you just have a fascination with Eastern culture, kung fu, anime, and all of that hullabaloo. Now, you know that monks are very few and very far between, but damn it, you are proud. But to this day, you still have no idea how to play a monk, and you probably don't even know why you're even playing it. You're probably a borderline alcoholic in real life, and I can guarantee, and I'd bet money on it, that you have a pet turtle. Yeah.
I've never had a pet turtle.
Shaman. You know, and I know, that the only reason you picked Shaman was to spam Chain Lightning or Chain Heal all day, every day. Every chance you get, you will spam those abilities, and you will love every second of it. You also think that wolves are the greatest thing since sliced bread, which causes you to have this burst of glee whenever you shapeshift into a ghost wolf. Your favorite battleground is Eye of the Storm simply because you can thundershock everybody off the middle of the BG, which causes you to, again, explode in happiness whenever you are successful. But despite all your happiness while playing the class, you are actually the least social of all the WoW classes, aside from the occasional troll shaman who just complains about all the schoolwork he has to do, but for some reason he's playing World of Warcraft when he should be doing the schoolwork, so you don't really know why he's complaining in the first place when he should be working. You know that guy? Man, I hate that guy. The Priest. You are the most underappreciated class, and you know it. If you're a healer, you know that secretly everyone is thankful for your contribution to the group, but if you play as a Shadow Priest, you know that secretly everybody wishes you would stop being such a pussy and just be a healer. All you want to do in every dungeon and raid is just stand still and heal and turn your mind.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. That there are priests out there that just want to stand back, just want to play holy, just want to bomb heals, and that's it. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. They don't care about doing damage.
Time you have to move due to a mechanic when you're just about to get a heal off, you get so frustrated. Yet over time, you've learned to bury that frustration deep down inside. Now, when it comes to interacting with the other players outside of healing and dungeons and raids and BGs, all you care about is pulling people around with a leap of faith so that they can share your deep-seated frustrations, and you also just love to mind control people and make them jump off of high places. Deep down, you are the biggest troll and forum spammer in World of Warcraft, but nobody suspects you or judges you.
NSG, is this true?
Guild healer. The Hunter. You picked a hunter because you have a super soft spot for animals in your heart. You might not admit it out loud, but you know it's true. You also only picked this class because you just wanted to spam barrage as much as possible, as it's the closest thing to spraying and praying in an MMO. You secretly leave your pet taunt on in dungeons in order to piss off your tank and the rest of the group, and you will only take it off if somebody notices. And finally, I can say that as a hunter, you probably at one point have literally tried to play your class using either your feet, your forehead, or your dick, since it's so easy to play. The Paladin. You played Warcraft 3, and you were so heartbroken by Arthas's fall that you try to continue his former Paladin example in the game today. Secretly, you miss having auras, and you hate Blizzard for removing them.
They're back.
As they feel so nostalgic to Warcraft 3, and they were so neat. Now, despite having healing abilities, even if you're not in a healing spec, you will never, ever cast a single healing spell on a dying teammate in a battleground, because you think you're too good for that.
Okay.
And speaking of PvP, 99% of Paladins are PvPers, because a Paladin just loves to laugh their ass off.
No one
whenever
PvPs
they're
anymore.
Just about to die, and they deny the kill by pressing that bubble.
Bubble heart thing was fun, though.
I can guarantee that you are probably the most un-druid-like person in real life. You don't recycle, you litter, and you don't care about animals and nature and all that crap at all. You were just confused.
I recycle and I go out on walks. And I care about nature. Take that.
When you first picked up the game by all the classes and the specs, and you just heard about how apparently this druid class can do everything, so you just said, oh, I'll just go with that class, why not? When it comes to shape-shifting, you are jealous as hell of Khadgar for being able to shape-shift into a raven, but you will never say it out loud on the forums, as people will just say you're whining and that druids are special enough. And finally, despite being a super non-druid in real life, for some reason, you can't help but listen to ancient Celtic music as you level, dungeon, or raid
I've done that before.
while playing the druid.
Yeah.
And that's it, everybody. All the classes and what it means if you main them. I know. You're probably sitting there in shock right now, in pure shock that I read you like a book. So you know what, guys? All you gotta do now is give the video a thumbs up and just leave a little comment below saying something really humble like, wow, Nixium, you sure are smart and really handsome too. You know, just something like that, you know. But anyway, guys, thank you for listening, and maybe if you were interested in another class, this video might have given you an idea or some inspiration towards another class you might want to check out. So with that said, thank you for watching.
I want you to imagine yourself playing an epic fantasy-inspired game. What race would you play as? A stalwart dwarf wielding a battle axe, ready to defend his allies in the overrun halls of his forefathers? An elf, elegant and beautiful, yet deadly with bow and blade alike? Or maybe a man, one who is simple yet strong due to his courage and his honor-bound attitude towards protecting his people and allies. There are so many epic choices to choose from, especially in a game like World of Warcraft. But then people choose to play as well, you know, you'll see. All right. Hey guys, what is up? My name is Nixium, and this is what your allied race in World of Warcraft says about you. And get ready for some
How old's the video?
Stuff.
5 years,
Dark Iron Dwarves.
Let's go.
All right,
they might have worshipped an elemental lord and helped summon him into the world in order for it to be purged in living fire, but that is old news. These guys have had a change of heart, and now these little fellas are more focused on living a life of peace with their newly found Alliance brothers. What does that say about you, the player? Well, not really all that much, honestly. You think lore matters to the Dark Iron Dwarf players?
It doesn't.
You're dead wrong. People that play these guys are pyromaniacs in real life. Yeah, I said it. It's true. Look at those flaming beards, these fire-worshipping dwarves. Who would play such a race other than somebody obsessed with blowing stuff up in their backyard when their parents aren't home? I definitely didn't get in trouble for that when I was a kid. And don't get me started.
I definitely never used the can of Axe body spray and a lighter to have a flamethrower. Never did that. Never would recommend anyone doing that.
On their taste of music. Black rock and roll, bitch! Metal, Amon Amarth, and all sorts of loud, glass-shattering bands erupt from the Spotify playlists of these types of players. But secretly, guys, they have a soft spot for climbing mountains, camping, and feeding deer in the forest.
I like all those
Void
things.
Elves. The Void Elves are just elves that are corrupted by the Void. There was some quest line that you went on, which I did forever ago, and I completely forgot about, to be honest. But you know what isn't forgettable about these guys? That's right. The Rule 34. From Night Elves to Blood Elves to Void Elves, these guys have taken the crown for the top spot of most World of Warcraft Rule 34 the adventure.
Not trying to get banned.
In fact, really the only place I've ever seen these guys are in Goldshire. I never see them anywhere else in the game. Not in raids, not in PvP. Fuck that. It's Goldshire, dude. I mean, when you got pale skin, you look like a big titty goth girlfriend, and everybody wants to give you money because they think you're hot. I mean, where else would you be? Oh, I know. You'd probably be, you know, liking this video. That's where you would be.
Nice.
Right, guys?
Good job.
Guys! Cold Tyrans. All right, some of you guys are going to get offended by me saying this, but I don't give a fuck. Cold Tyrans are only played by chunky-ass people in real life, and I can say that because I, too, am chunky. Let's be real. For years, us Chunkosaurus Rexes have had to play as skinny-ass humans and skinny-ass elves when all we wanted was to be able to play as some big, thick-thighed, mouth-breathing assholes. People may laugh, and they may point, but at least this allied race is actually unique. No reskinned bullshit here. It's a proper new race, which is awesome, complete with their own lore, capital city, wardrobe, and more.
They got the big belly,
are also
too.
led by this chick who at one point slept with Arthas. And Arthas is fucking awesome, which is another reason why people play this race. So suck the sea salt off my Cold Tyran ship, you jealous cunt, because this race is one of the best in the game, even though I don't play one. Because who the fuck would play as some fat-ass race? Next, you'll say you want to play as a panda. Dumbass. Lightforged Draenei. Are you overly religious to the point that you believe that anything that does not unquestionably worship your beliefs should be absolutely destroyed? Well, congratulations, because this race is for you. The Lightforged Draenei are just like regular Draenei, only that they're fucking crazy. These guys flying around on starships and shit, going from planet to planet, spreading the holy word of the light and fighting demons along the way. They're like the Knights Templar, but in space. And they're goats. With hammers instead of swords and crap, this is exactly how Lightforged players see themselves. The people who play them are quite literally descendants of the Roman Catholic Crusaders, expressing their need to Deus Vult through the platform of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
But instead of heretics and pagans, these guys are instead
It's
focused
like Kingdom
on
of Heaven all over again.
Demons, as well as gnomes, because Lightforged Draenei players hate gnomes. High Mountain Tauren. The High Mountain Tauren players and Tauren players, they're pretty much the exact same thing. They're just bros in real life who are super cool. When High Mountain Tauren were introduced in Legion, every dude who enjoyed a good cigar every now and then while watching the football game, you know, they immediately knew that this was the race for them. Tall, proud, looking like football players themselves, the Tauren of this mountain were a perfect fit for the fantasy of all Chads across planet Earth. However, there is an element of sadness behind the people who play this race, as many of them re-rolled to the High Mountain Tauren upon their release, leaving their previous Tauren mains to collect dust on the character selection screen. But those antlers, man, those antlers, totally worth it. Highborn. Since we just got high with the High Mountain Tauren, Now let's get high with the Highborn, shall we? The Highborn are a bunch of snobby-ass elves who lived in this lag fest of a city that we explored back in Legion series.
I love watching you and the kitties while I'm stuck at work. It helps make the day go by quicker.
Pat, thank you for the 4 months Prime, and you are welcome. Thanks for watching.
Seriously, did anybody else's FPS drop terribly whenever they even looked in the direction of the city? Or was it just me?
No.
Anyway, Highborn
That never
are
happened to
very
me.
few in number across Azeroth, you will find, mostly because the Rule 34 of them wasn't as good as people thought it was going to be.
What's up
So
with this guy in the
everybody's moved
Rule
on to Void
34,
Elves
man?
instead. But
This guy's
the
a gooner.
people that remained who played Highborn were a special sort of player. They're the kind of players who are obsessed with Night Elf lore. Ajara, Malfurion, that one guy who can't get laid, whose name I don't remember, and so on. And if you get them on the subject, well, remember how I said that the Highborn were snobby? Just take that in consideration next time you think you know more about Warcraft lore than a Highborn player. Mag'har Orcs. Have you ever heard the tragedy of Garrosh, the war chief? It's a Horde legend. Garrosh Hellscream was a war chief of the Horde, so powerful and so wise, he was considered the greatest war chief the Horde ever had. He became so powerful, the only thing he was afraid of was Blizzard ruining his character, which eventually, of course, they did. Unfortunately, he did absolutely nothing wrong, and then Blizzard killed him using a talking green pickle. And now people just play Mag'har Orcs to sort of remember and recapture some of the glory of the time when Garrosh was the war chief. Truly, the most honorable of players who enjoy World of Warcraft. Zandalari Trolls. Did you enjoy the Black Panther movie? Well then, have we got a race for you? The Zandalari Trolls are just like being the great superhero himself, just nowhere near as cool or as interesting. But hey, at least you get some cool looking heritage armor, and if you're a paladin, you get to ride around on this badass T-Rex mount. Look at that shit, dude, look at that thing. Straight.
That's not a T-Rex. That's a Triceratops. Just okay. I wasn't the only one.
Straight out of Jurassic Park. Zandalari troll players are also similar to their troll brethren in that they kind of get down with the Mary Jane more than any other race, if you know what I mean, fellas. Let's be real. Nobody that plays any kind of troll race in this game actually fucking cares about this game. They are bad at every
Honestly, I thought that went to Torrin.
game, you could say. Man, if only somebody had a t-shirt that said
Peace
that and it was
and
available on a store that is linked down in the description, how fucking cool would that be? They just want to look at the pixels and the bright lights while being high as hell. You all know it's true. I know it's true. Click that link down in the description. Thanks. Volpira.
Oh. Oh god.
Loser. Mecha Gnome. And last but not least, we have everybody's favorite new allied race, the Mecha Gnome. For years, Blizzard has known that gnomes are the greatest plague on Azeroth, sweeping over the mountainsides, destroying everything in their path like a virus upon the land. And now, rather than helping to curb this disease, Blizzard has only made it worse with the addition of these little robo assholes. Who would play such a terrifying and horrible race, you might be wondering? Well, that's just it, my friends. Nobody. The gnome and the mecha gnome are played only by people, ironically. Nobody actually plays them because they enjoy them. And Blizzard knows this.
That's right.
They just keep denying it. Like a man with a history of DUIs saying he doesn't have a problem. So please, everybody, please.
Who is that guy? It's Nixium.
When you see a gnome, slaughter them. And if you see a mecha gnome, disassemble them. You do yourself and the World of Warcraft a great service. And on behalf of the entire community, we thank you. And that's it, guys. That is what each and every allied race says about you, the player. I hope that you enjoyed my clearly well thought out analysis of each race, and we'll leave a comment down below about how I nailed you and your personality.
The Mecha Gnome actually has some good racials. So does Volpera.
I was probably only off by a hair. You know, it happens.
It happens.
And we'll leave a comment.
Oh my god. I didn't want to click that. Okay. Yeah. I'll link the video. There you go. I mean, these videos are good. Should we just keep them rolling? What your role in World of Warcraft says about you? Mechanome need more customization. I don't know. I feel like they got a decent amount. Do we go Rex Troy, baiting gankers, or what your role says about you in WoW? Which one? Where are we going? Roll? Fuck it, these are funny. Roll? I think the rolls win. Roll. All right.
Have you ever...
Give me 1 minute, chat. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to watch this, okay? BRB. Okay. Let's get to it.
Ever wondered what your play style in World of Warcraft says to your fellow players and to the outside world at large? Well, my friend, do not worry, because today I am going to go over all the different ways of playing World of Warcraft, from being a role player to the trade chat troll, and explain exactly what each one of these play styles means and says about you personally as a player.
This is even more than I thought it'd be.
So let's not waste any time and let's get started. Number 1. The plays pretend type player, also known as the role player. This kind of person is a fascinating specimen in the World of Warcraft community, creating his own content.
I thought this was going to be tank DPS healer.
Blizzard to make the fun for him. But do not let this creativity fool you, weary traveler, because this player absolutely sucks at World of Warcraft, which is why he doesn't actually do any content that Blizzard releases. Because pretending that you're a super powerful Death Knight is way easier than actually gearing up and becoming one.
Hey. My item level isn't that bad.
This plays pretend type player is one that is obsessed with World of Warcraft lore, despite it being absolute garbage, but at the same time does not realize that the game is called World of Warcraft, treating the game instead as a fashion show to show off transmogs instead of...
Hold up.
Warcraft, treating the...
Michelanglos, Leotardo, Donna Smello, Raphael.
Game instead as a fashion show to show off transmogs instead of the Warcry inducing fantasy epic that it's supposed to be. Number 2, the trade chat troll.
Oh my god. Goodness, this video is so boring. Wow, just look at you. I bet you didn't even play Iron Man mode in Season of Mastery. What? It's not dying too hard for you? Oh, boo-hoo. You know, I could drag my miniature mountaineers across my keyboard and get to level 60 in Classic. Hell, I could do it blindfolded in a shark cage. But you, no, it's too difficult for you, isn't it? Ha!
The trade chat troll is World of Warcraft's most rude.
Wrath of the Lich King was the only good WoW expansion, and if you had half of a brain cell, you would know that. But I guess you don't, so that's why you think Pandatopia was the best. You disgusting, furry, fat piece of whale vomit! Dude,
calm down.
Are you all right?
Number 3. The PvP is way too hard player. Another kind of player that doesn't realize that the game is called World of Warcraft. These types of players, also known as raiders or PvEers, are deathly afraid of PvP, choosing instead to be a bunch of fat, stupid pussies.
No, you had your bullet. You get out of here. You go on, get it.
Don't be fooled by the raider, my friends. Despite being surrounded by so much company in raid groups and on Discord, this player is incredibly lonely in real life, having sacrificed precious time with loved ones, whether that be family or with their partner, just because they had a raid scheduled that night. But that's okay, because despite their crippling depression, one thing keeps them all going and binds all these kinds of players together.
I'm not a raider anymore. I'm a Mythic Plus guy.
That is the idea of getting invincible as a mount drop in Icecrown Citadel. Also, fun fact, these types of players are also known for having the worst smelling gaming chairs. Number 4. The loneliest streamer on Twitch. Also known as literally anybody who PvPs religiously in World of Warcraft. If someone is doing an arena, chances are they're streaming themselves.
Okay, hold on. They said PvPer, and then this is the first thing that pops up. Come on, man.
Over on Twitch.tv, trying to promote their epic and badass selves in combat. The only problem is, nobody's ever watching their stream.
Ooh, I've been there.
Like ever. Not demoralized by their low Twitch view counts, however, the PvPer drinks more gamer fuel, turning his piss green. Then does more player versus player combat, dedicating more of his life to raising his arena ranking or getting better PvP gear, only to of course get anally destroyed by a Death Knight in Wrath of the Lich King. Hell yeah. He also only ever plays as a human or orc because of their racials, fun fact. These types of players are strange ones in real life too, if you've ever met one, caring more for their WoW faction than the country that they're from. And it's likely that if you ever engage in a conversation with a PvPer in World of Warcraft, at least in real life, they will quickly descend into a strange, insane babble about how early 2000s rock music was so much better than today's music because of how perfect it was for WoW PvP and PvP montages on YouTube. They're not wrong about this, of course, but they're just really pushy about it for some reason. Number 5, the gotta go fast, it gets bored guy. One day, by complete accident, this World of Warcraft player discovered the Zygor add-on, Joanna's leveling guide, or some sort of speed leveling add-on. And now, blessed with an easy-to-follow guide right in the corner of his screen, this player has committed to leveling all of his ults to max at the
Mr.
speed of sound
Buddha.
itself.
Thank you for the follow, man.
Oh, wait, never mind. He just quit before hitting level 20. Again.
Buddha?
But he is determined, ready to try again with a new ult and... Oh, never mind, he quit again. Okay, so here's the thing. These speed leveler type personality players are the ones that genuinely think that grinding and questing and leveling up in WoW is unironically the best part of the game. So they want to do them as fast as possible and to get them over with ASAP. Now that's confusing, I know, but despite this love of questing, however, unlike the role player, this guy has never read a single line of quest text in the game. He's always spamming /played. He never has his WoW sounds turned on because he's always listening to some dumb podcast while following his Zygor guide, and nobody understands
you can have both
this one,
on.
but these World of Warcraft speed leveler players, they always tend to play on PvP servers, despite the fact they hate getting ganked and they hate World PvP because it slows down their progress towards quitting before level 20. Number 6, the mutant. There are monsters around every corner in World of Warcraft. Foes that need to be slaughtered by the dozens, usually for a terrible green quest reward. But the point is, World of Warcraft is a game full of animosity that must be met with and conquered, and these types of players, the erotic role players, are no different. Housed within their strongholds of Goldshire and Silvermoon.
There it is, dude. I thought we already did role player.
These players pay $15 a month just for the opportunity to be deceived into thinking they are cybering with a woman on a roleplay realm. But we all know the truth. That Draenei woman dancing for E-Seed is actually some teenage dude in real life, totally at the mercy of his flesh, unable to contain his desires for pleasure, yet receiving none in his offline hours at school. And so he commits to this degenerate lifestyle, to erotic role-playing, where he can get a grain of serotonin at the lie that his condition is not a problem, but one that is completely normal and sane. That's what they say to themselves as they defecate upon one another, paying homage to Slanesh, who reigns over their very souls. That's a Warhammer 40k reference, by the way. The point is, if you're on a role-playing realm, just be careful of those quiet corners of Azeroth because you don't know what the heck you're going to walk into. Number 7, the Guildmaster, also known as the guy who is usually never online. This type of player is the most ego-driven, desiring to make for himself a guild whose legend will be known all throughout the World of Warcraft. His leadership skills are that of legend. After all, one day, he read a single self-help book written by some random Navy SEAL guy that nobody has ever heard of. He is a certified, capable badass. But of course, this hard ass is not going to put in any work though to pay for that guild charter, the bank tabs and so on. Yeah, he's just gonna use other people's gold. Yeah. His events, nobody ever attends. He streams for his guild over on Twitch like the PvPer, but nobody watches. Nobody cares about his guild Discord, and you guys know it and so do I. Here's what happens. He ultimately ends up recruiting some girl to the guild one day. They fall in love, they date for a bit, maybe they meet up in real life, and then they break up due to some spicy drama, and he disbands the guild because of his broken heart and soul. All that time setting up those cool sounding guild ranks that nobody noticed, by the way. All that time for nothing in the end. If only there was a handsome YouTuber who took the time to make a guide on how to make a successful guild in World of Warcraft. Wouldn't that
I feel a little
be
called
the day?
out.
Number 8, the please watch my WoW content guy.
Well, hey there, Trade Chat. What's up? Big Schmuck Chucklefuck here with another exciting video over on my YouTube channel.
Let's go.
Gosh, does anyone else here think it would be cool to watch an awesome Twitch stream while playing World of Warcraft? I know that I would like to watch one. That's why you should watch me. Big Schmuck Chucklefuck promises only the finest of WoW content. Yes, sir. I've been learning Sony Vegas these past 2 weeks to bring you the best quality WoW content, and I convinced my girlfriend to get me a new webcam for my birthday to deliver only the best quality streams. Yes, sir. Go check it out now, you stupid fuck. Don't miss out.
Number 9, the I don't have a problem, you have the problem type. He hit max level and decided that he hates World of Warcraft's endgame. He tried PvP, PvE, and every manner of play style, only to sink into an addiction that he did not foresee. He hates WoW's endgame,
Big Schmuck
and yet he loves
Chucklefuck.
World of Warcraft. Unable to escape, he makes character after character, leveling them to max or to whatever point he deems fit, and then he quits that tune to make another character to level through the world. This player is the Altaholic, the only WoW player with 5 Paladin alts, all max level. He don't even use a leveling guide either, the monster! He freaks out whenever he gets his first pair of shoulder pads in the Barrens. He doesn't do dungeons because he prefers never to speak to anybody. He sometimes gets mentally overloaded when he sees more than 10 buttons on his action bar, which is why Paladin is his favorite class. And he always becomes sad when he's forced to leave the comforts of a starting zone. Sometimes this even drives him to make another alt right there on the spot. If you ever spot one of these types of players, let us know. They need our help, having lost control of themselves in their
I load up the
addiction
stream and the first
to
thing I
game.
hear is stupid fuck.
And
I'd have
number
it no
10,
other way.
The most vile of them all. If you thought the Trade Chat troll was terrifying, you have seen nothing.
What? I'll have you know that back in vanilla,
If you thought the WoW content creator was slimy, get ready for a new level of scum. For this is the Panda, the most disgusting, putrid player of World of Warcraft, a person who plays as these fat, bumbling bamboo eaters and calls themselves cool. The Pandaren were introduced to the game with Mists of Pandaria, and since their inception into World of Warcraft, they have brought only terror and ruin upon Azeroth. They were responsible for destroying the Druid school in Cataclysm. They bombed Theramore. They burned Teldrassil. And they are responsible for every disconnect that a person experiences within the game. Their adorable, looking selves might look cute, cuddly, and innocent, but deep down, all Pandaren players are monsters. I say truly.
One like equals
that
one
each of us
prayer.
World of Warcraft players must dedicate ourselves to slaughtering pandas in PvP wherever we go, out DPSing them in raids and mocking them in role-playing. For to do such a thing is good and will save
I
the
just want
game
to delete my
that we
panda
know and
now.
love. Or you can just hide somewhere away from this truth, perhaps even in one of the secret locations that I talk about with this video linked on your screen right now. But don't be a coward, everybody. The reign of the panda must and will come to an end.
Oh, dude, he has a whole series. What this says about you. What your Baldur's Gate 3 class says about you. Well, you're oh, dude, he's expanded out of WoW. D&D race, says about you, Baldur's Gate 3 class. Big Schmuck Chucklefuck should have been a panda, yeah. Dude, Big Schmuck Chucklefuck is my favorite thing right now. What your favorite World of Warcraft expansion says about you. This one should be good. People got strong opinions about this.
Expansion says about you. Vanilla WoW.
This is 1 year ago.
World of Warcraft experience. If you are a fan of this more grindy, slow-paced, but more adventurous
it has
style
Dragonflight
of WoW,
in it.
you're probably someone who's a big fan of Dungeons and Dragons, who just wanted to translate that tabletop experience onto the PC. After all, in many ways, that's what original World of Warcraft was meant to be. You're also probably more of a role player at heart, most likely loving to fall into the video game worlds that you delight in. So that slower pace, it might turn away some people, but it actually becomes a delight for you. It's an opportunity to read quests, talk to other people in the open world, and form a semi-backstory for that paladin that you've been leveling up. However,
I want this poster. Are you Grand Marshal? Are you man enough?
Paladin that you've been leveling up. However, even though Classic
Oh,
might be
man,
your favorite
that's a good poster.
time in Warcraft, you do admit that it is lacking in some things. Balance, endgame mechanics, the need for more quests in certain zones and so forth, but in a curious way, you think that what's lacking in Classic is actually what makes the game so special and so good in your heart and in the hearts of others. The Burning Crusade. All right, when you were younger, you probably missed the original World of Warcraft vanilla hype. You heard about the game, perhaps, thought it looked interesting, but convincing your parents to pay $15 a month for a video game, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. But regardless, somehow
I did it.
You mustered up the courage one day to ask. Then somehow the gaming gods favored you, and a few hours later, you were in Azeroth for the first time, playing as a sexually provocative blue alien goat woman. Those were the days. If TBC is your favorite time in WoW history, you're probably not necessarily a traditional fantasy fan. Seeing as Outland takes place mostly in space with aliens and demon technology, no, you're more of a fan of creativity and expression. Perhaps somebody who doesn't necessarily believe that video games need to stick to genres and stereotypes, but should be free to explore new
I just had a lot of fun with my guild.
Bizarre ideas for the sake of fun. A wizard in outer space fighting demons? Like, it's weird, but it's cool. If you started in TBC2, you entered into World of Warcraft during its golden age, and the game, even if you no longer play it, holds one of the most special places in your gaming heart.
Ad time.
Zygor. It's World of Warcraft's ultimate add-on, everybody, linked down below in the description. Use it to help you level faster, get more gold, get achievements, mounts, pets, you name it. Zygor is the ultimate guide add-on for everything World of Warcraft. Wrath of the Lich King.
I should get a Zygor code.
While walking in Walmart, you saw a game on a shelf called Warcraft 3. You thought the graphics looked kind of neat, so you bought the game, you took it home, and you were immediately blown away by how frickin' good it was. The mechanics,
it was really good.
The story, the characters, especially Arthas. Almost overnight, Arthas became your favorite video game character, and you craved deeply a conclusion to his story. Enter Wrath of the Lich King. Set in the frozen heart of Northrend, this is World of Warcraft's most iconic expansion, and for good reason too. Death Knight's Northrend, the Lich King. Most people who are fans of this expansion are either Warcraft 3 Arthas fanboys or cringe Viking pagan LARPers in real life like me. But on another note, one characteristic that all Wrath of the Lich King fans have in common is that they're the coziest gamers in Azeroth. The Tuskar, the warm hearths of Northrend and the Inns. This expansion, it might have a theme of darkness, necromancy, and undeath, but it also is one of warm fires and hot chocolate. Seriously, how many of you guys made yourselves a cup of hot chocolate or coffee and just delighted in looking at the fjords of Howling Fjord or the glaciers of Borean Tundra? I cannot be the only one. Right, guys? Cataclysm. Many who started their World of Warcraft adventure in Cataclysm were the reluctant WoW players. Like the TBC nerd The Cata lover, they heard of WoW, you know, during its golden days of vanilla to Wrath of the Lich King, but they avoided the game for one reason or another, most likely that $15 a month price tag. But one day, after much consideration, this gamer finally installed World of Warcraft and was met with a world torn asunder by Deathwing. The quests were more linear, the class combos were a little bit more silly. Holy cow. And the lore was a little lacking, but who cares? This was a new Azeroth.
That was a big deal back then.
And exploring it, including
Thorns being paladins.
The people who love Cataclysm the most. Yes, they are people that most likely started playing World of Warcraft in Cataclysm, but they are also the type of player that represent a sort of change in the WoW gamer, especially if they started before Cataclysm. These gamers, they're not so much the type that enjoys the long traveling, confusing quests, the tabletop RPG-ness of the original expansions. They're rather laid-back gamers. They prefer fun over immersion. They prefer gameplay over storytelling, and there's nothing wrong with that. Who didn't enjoy Cataclysm PvP in the raids after all? They were great. And you know what else would be great, everybody? If you just took a second to tear asunder that like and subscribe button. Thanks, guys. Mists of Pandaria. Well, chances are, like everybody else, you probably left several comments at the announcement of this expansion saying things like, well, WoW's dead, pandas in my Warcraft, ridiculous. However, like with most of us, when you arrived in Pandaria, you were stunned. The landscapes were—
yeah, early 20s Rob definitely didn't do that. He sure didn't. Nope.
Beautiful. The quests were lore rich.
He
there was
sure
so
didn't.
much content to enjoy. Like, what the heck was going on? This expansion is
he had
actually
a good head on his shoulders.
The monk class might have felt a little underwhelming for some people, including you most likely, but that didn't matter. The Thunder King raid was awesome. The new talent trees made everybody feel like overpowered demigods. PvP was amazing. Even things like scenarios became some of your favorite pieces of content in World of Warcraft. The reason why Mists of Pandaria is your favorite expansion is likely because, well, because it surprised you so much. Sure, you probably thought this expansion would be okay, but you didn't expect it to be amazing. And that's such an awesome feeling as a gamer when you pick up a new video game and wow, like you're just genuinely surprised. Oh, and you also get to raise your own flying cloud serpent dragon. How cool is that? Warlords of Draenor.
Ooh.
So I have met people who love Warlords of Draenor and unironically think it was the best World of Warcraft expansion of all time, despite any of its
had a lot of potential.
And all of them, in my experience, have one thing in common.
But it didn't.
This expansion is their favorite because this is when they started playing World of Warcraft for the first time. So for them, perhaps for
Didn't
you,
realize it.
the complete dumpster fire that was Warlords of Draenor didn't really bother you. There was so much of Azeroth to explore, so much to do, and the expansion only having one major patch was not a problem. You loved Blackrock Foundry. You thought High Mall was cool. Hellfire Citadel was a ton of fun. Garrisons, they were a neat mechanic in the game that could have been improved on instead of just completely retired. The new character models you found fun. Look, Warlords did have a lot of good things in it, so it's not surprising that some people found this expansion to be their favorite. Now, it is true that Warlords of Draenor might have had barely any content compared to previous expansions. Blizzard might have been going through a ton of company drama at the time, and yes, tons of content promised at BlizzCon might have been scrapped, like the Shatrath raid, but you don't care. You still were falling deeper and deeper in love with World of Warcraft throughout Warlords despite any of this. And that's why it's your favorite expansion. Legion. Warlords of Draenor sucked, you thought to yourself. Blizzard has just been falling apart these past couple of years. The game is on a massive decline. Nostalrius, the vanilla WoW private server, that was shut down by Blizzard, and you just have a sour taste in your mouth towards the company and the game. You had little hope for the future of World of Warcraft, my friend. Blizzard had changed. The game just wasn't the same. Maybe it was time to throw in the towel. But then you played Legion.
Was
artifact
awesome.
Weapons, the Demon Hunter class. Holy crap, dude. Legendaries that made you feel like a titan walking among men. It was awesome. Illidan, Gul'dan, High Mountain Tauren, and more. Dude, talk about a comeback. Yes, maybe Warlords had been a bit lacking in your eyes, and maybe that made you want to quit WoW for good, but you stuck it out and you were rewarded for it, dude. Your Warcraft 3 fanboyness was fueled by Illidan. You might have lost a friend or two because you had to grind artifact power instead of going out to eat that one day, and you unironically replaced the Death Knight as your favorite class with the Demon Hunter. Guys, Legion was great and a ton of—
Hold up. Did anyone else catch that? Look what he's doing with the mouse pointer here.
Replace the Death Knight as your favorite class with the Demon Hunter. Guys, Legion was great and a ton of fun. And for you, if this was your favorite moment in WoW's history,
I saw the single-minded fury thing.
Refer to Legion
for
as the mini golden age of WoW.
Mr. Brutta, thank you so much for the 2 months Prime.
This was the expansion you had been waiting for since World of Warcraft was first installed on your PC. You love the Horde versus Alliance conflict.
I had so much hype for this expansion, and it was quickly snuffed out.
Like, you've always been the guy to shout for the Horde or for the Alliance in trade chats just for fun. So when Blizzard announced Battle for Azeroth, this was it.
Dude,
this
I
was
thought
the
Warfronts were going to be so cool.
PvPer, just so you could fall more into that role-play-ish mind of Battle for Azeroth. You really wanted to feel like that Horde or Alliance hero doing battle against the enemy in battlegrounds, arenas, or open-world PvP. Maybe you had been all about that PvE lifestyle of previous expansions, but no more. Unfortunately, though, BFA was not exactly
the best
praised
expansion
all
we've
around.
had
It was
since
a mixed
Legion.
bag expansion, and that sort of disappoints you. Some people loved it and they defend it religiously. Perhaps you do this, while other people found it incredibly boring, lackluster, and unsatisfying. So if you're somebody that loved BFA, you're probably the former. Maybe you acknowledge some of
Well, I see the potential in it, and then when it comes out, and then we see how it actually is, and it's like, oh, okay, well, you did it in the worst way possible. All right.
the failures in the expansion, but damn, the cinematics, the battle for Darkshore, all the Sarfang stuff. This is an expansion you just can't help but love. Shadowlands. Guys, I'm gonna be honest about something. I have never met somebody who says that Shadowlands was their favorite expansion, so I really can't.
Anyone in chat? Shadowlands favorite expansion? Anybody? Yeah, dude, I loved Bone Grinder. Season 3 and 4 were great. I remember liking the last season. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst. Yeah, once they pulled the ripcord on Covenants, I thought the Covenants were fine. You don't think it deserves all the hate it gets? Yeah. Yeah, for me, Shadowlands is just like solidly like lower mid, I don't know. Yeah, Draenor is my least favorite.
Tell you what this person is like because I think there's so few of them and they're so far between. You gotta understand, Shadowlands was bad, like really bad. If you were playing the game, the content was extremely dull, it was repetitive, the lore was frustratingly poorly written, and that was supposed to give us motivation and tie all of this stuff together. I mean, Shadowlands was a frustrating expansion. Outside of the game, this was the time when Blizzard was constantly getting sued almost every week due to sexual harassment and people stealing breast milk. Shadowlands just made a lot of people like feel nasty for playing World of Warcraft and supporting Blizzard. And this is something that hasn't really been fully recovered from even to this day. I would suppose though that if somebody were to say that this was their favorite expansion,
Medina,
it would probably be because of the Covenants,
it was actually a thing.
armor sets, and the theme or the idea of going into
someone
the
in the
afterlife.
workplace was
Maybe
really
even
weird.
Torghast was very fun for them. I don't know. But hey, if you're a fan of Shadowlands, let us know down in the comment section. Why did you love this expansion so much? What about it made it so special? Dragonflight. All right. If there's one thing that defines the Dragonflight lover, it is this.
The reset.
Fun. These types of players, those that feel that this is their favorite expansion of all time, they just want to have fun. They don't want some super in-depth, confusing lore story in their MMO. They don't care about fighting literal gods in outer space or finding ways to solve what's going on with a giant sword stabbed into the planet. These guys just want to fly dragons. They want to cook soup. They want to go on some fun quests every so often, earn some new armor for their dragon mount, climb some mountains. They just want simple and pure gaming fun with an easy to understand storyline to hold it all together. And this is great. These players also tend to be collector types. They genuinely enjoy all there is to do in Dragonflight, from finding the new pets, doing the achievements, delighting in finding new crafting recipes in the open world. This expansion has a lot of reasons to be somebody's favorite. And I hope that if Dragonflight is your favorite expansion, that you enjoy the War Within just as much. And that's it, everybody. Did I describe you and your experiences with your favorite expansion accurately? Let us know down below.
No,
because
but no one
certainly hope
expected
so.
that.
Either way, I'll see you guys with our next video. Have you ever wondered what your favorite MMORPG?
All right, hold on.
What your favorite World of Warcraft expansions?
Let's see. We did favorite expansion, favorite MMO. I mean, everyone's gonna say WoW probably. Okay, I think we got through all the good ones. I predict the server's coming up in 3 minutes. You might be right. Could do more pointless top 10. Unusual mobs in World of Warcraft. I'd be surprised if there weren't more Shadowlands enjoyers who just don't tell anyone, because I think it's inarguable that Shadowlands had both the best overall dungeon pool as well as the second best raid pool. Yeah, that a lot of people like different things for different reasons. Wait, look for Krendor's video called Top 10 Owls. He's got a top 10 owls. What the hell? We
Hello,
have to
everybody.
watch
Welcome
this.
back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of pointless things, where we fly and buy pointless statue in Booty Bay, because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10.
All right.
Number 10 are the Pygmy Owls, and the Pygmy Owls are located at the Whispering Bluffs in Val'Sharah. And they're pretty much what you would imagine. They are small owls, and the word pygmy, according to Wikipedia, has its roots in the Greek word pygmeos, which means of the fist, suggesting the small stature of the object in question. Also, the female pygmy owls tend to be bigger than the male pygmy owls. So there you go, some fun real-life pygmy owl facts. But in World of Warcraft, I imagine the pygmy owls are pretty much all the same. They just fly around, and they are part of a quest where these two night elves are like, aren't these little birds just precious? If we don't help them, they're in danger of being wiped out. And the owls of this grove are in grave danger from a murderous vulture known as Gorbeak. Tyrus and I plan to lure the beast down from its lair.
I love the voice.
We must slay him to restore balance to the forest, but we could use all the help we can get. So then you lure Gorbeak down and you kill him, and all the pygmy owls are happy. You even get your own pygmy owl pet for doing this.
Hell
so that's
yeah.
pretty cool. But yeah,
I
how
wonder
can you
if I
not
have
like
that.
pygmy owls? They're just smaller owls. So that's why pygmy owls are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the owls located in Teldrassil, and these are actually called the Strigid
R.I.P.
owls, and they
Teldrassil.
are neutral level 5 to 6 owls specifically in Teldrassil. In fact, they're the first tameable owl in the game. And you might remember this quest if you leveled a night elf and you had to do Zen's bidding, which is where you bring Zen Foulhoof, 2 Night Saber Fangs, 2 Webwood Spider Silk, and 2 Strigid Owl Feathers. And one interesting fact is in patch 1.3, which is back in March of 2005, they actually increased the drop rate of eggs on these owls.
Let's
and
go.
I imagine that had to be for cooking or something. Maybe people just didn't have enough eggs for their recipes, or it was just really hard to get. I know in Horde you had Plain Striders, so I imagine they were dropping a lot of eggs, but maybe you didn't really have that for the night elf areas, so they just upped the drop rate of eggs on the owls. I don't know. I think that's what it is. But yeah, these are probably nostalgic owls for a lot of people, especially if you leveled a night elf. And have another owl fact, which is owls can rotate their necks 270 degrees. While it is a...
Hold on, let me pause the video real quick. Maintenance extended. Twitter Blizzard CS. Old. They haven't posted anything yet, but that doesn't mean it's not true. No, it still says 9. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know. It's on. Wait, it's on your launcher? I wonder why mine doesn't say it. I'll trust you guys though. This is not for World of Warcraft. This is for Battle.net. Because let's say I go to Overwatch. still there, right? Yeah, it also says Wednesday. I blame the Sudafed. Back to the video.
Misconception. Owls can rotate their heads 360 degrees. They are capable of turning their head 270 degrees in either direction. This flexibility helps them look around since their eyes are fixed in their sockets. So look at that. I was one of the people that thought they could turn their head 360 degrees, but I guess it's just 270, which is still pretty good. And the Strigid owls are also pretty good. Get it, owl-so? Sorry. That's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 is Cal, and Cal is an owl that is the companion of Silgrin in Suramar. And if you don't know who Silgrin is, he is a Nightborn spell fencer or swordsman located patrolling the outskirts of Suramar City. And you can even find Silgrin and Cal aboard the Vindicar later in the game on Argus. But yeah, I decided to put Cal here for a few reasons. Number 1 is I think they look cool. They got kind of whitish gray feathers, and they've got these big... I don't even know if those are just eyebrows. They look like eyebrows. There's like some of the biggest eyebrows I've seen. They almost look like horns. And then they got these glowy yellow eyes as well. And then number 2, I think it's cool that Cal is just following him around as he's patrolling, right? Like his owl buddy is just hanging there with him, scouting out. You can even see at this point he like flies off almost like to scout ahead or something. At times he is kind of clipping through Silgrin, so that's a little weird, but you know, that's just your classic World of Warcraft experience. And I mean, really, there's only a handful of people that have an owl pet in the game, so that's why I decided to put Cal at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Charming Courier mount, and the Charming Courier mount is an owl mount that kind of has some dragon-esque features to it. It has like some dragon horns and little dragon-type scales, and then it's got a lot of ice blue features, so the actual description says, neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these charming couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds. And I really love this mount. Like, I love the colors. I love the features. I think it's just a cool looking owl, a cool looking mount. It genuinely is really neat. And there's a lot of store mounts where I'm like, you know, it's kind of whatever. But this is one of the mounts that I actually like quite a bit. Also, let's get some more owl facts in here. So owls are covered in extremely soft feathers that provide insulation during cold winter weather. Their feathers allow for silent flight and the ability to strike quietly in pursuit of prey, which includes animals several times heavier than themselves. And speaking of prey, owls swallow their prey whole or in large pieces, but cannot digest fur, teeth, bones, or feathers. These pieces are regurgitated typically once a day in the form of a...
All right, let me pause the video. Officially, current maintenance has been extended until 10 a.m. Pacific. We apologize for any disruption. Just because they're extending it doesn't mean anything, though. We've seen this happen, and then it's up like 10 minutes later. So, it doesn't mean that it's going to be down for literally another hour. Hopefully. Could be. But just because they posted doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be.
A pellet. Dude, could you imagine the pellets this mount coughs up? Like, it could eat some big animals, and it would probably cough up some massive pellets. Either way, that's why the Charming Courier is number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Stewards, and the Stewards are owl-like beings native to Bastion in the Shadowlands. And even though there were so many things that were terrible in Shadowlands, I think Stewards were one of the good things to come out of Shadowlands. Like, who doesn't love these buff owl creatures? In fact, they're supposed to be the servants to all the what do you call them, Kyrians or whatever, but like I think I'd rather
who are they?
Hang out with the owls. Like, the owls are just cool, they're goofy, they're getting stuff done. Like, look at this, all these owls are just stacked on top of each other trying to help the one at the top water the plants. Like, they're working together, and then all the other Kyrian dudes are just like sitting around like, whatever. Like, they suck. In fact, I think it'd be pretty cool if one of the new allied races at some point ended up being Stewards. And sure, it probably makes no sense lore-wise, but neither did the rest of Shadowlands, so who cares? In fact, that makes me think I should do a pointless top 10 races that should be allied races.
I would play one of these.
Video. And then if you're watching this down the line, that might be a thing already, and you could just look it up on YouTube. Wow. Either way, that's why the Stewards are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Kwanzu, or Kanzu? I think it's Kwanzu, but they are a Somnauloa located in the Whirlwing Basin in the Emerald Dream. And there's actually a large variety of Somnauls all over the Emerald Dream, and they are notable for their ears, brows of varying shapes, tails of varying lengths, and 2 shapes of antlers. But I decided to go with Kwanzu to represent all the Somnauls because she is the Somnauloa, and she just looks pretty cool. She's got kind of like this bluish purple glow to her. I don't think she's actually glowing, but it feels like she is. And then she's got this crazy wooden crown, or I guess it's a tiara, and then a really cool wooden necklace. I don't know if it's roots or whatever. It's got like a bunch of little gems and crystals and flowers all over it. Like, she's just styling it up over here.
Looking
and
good.
The way you end up finding her here, Cenarius is like, go seek out the wild gods and allies within the Emerald Dream. And so Kwanzu is one of these, and you have to answer 100 questions from all these owlkin all over, and you answer like 4 of them, and then she shows up and she's like, dude, all right, like, you weren't gonna actually answer all those questions. Like, are you serious? I just assumed that would make you go away. Next time, I'll raise it to 1,000 questions. And so, yeah, I like Kwanzu. I think she's great, and that's why she's number 5. 4. Number 4 is Dorathur, and Dorathur is a large snowy spirit owl that is the companion of Tyrande Whisperwind. And it was actually kind of hard to find Dorathur in the game, because I think a lot of Dorathur's appearances are hidden behind either various quests or cutscenes or a bunch of random other stuff, but I was able to find them in Borealis, holding this little scroll. And it says here that in most of Dorathur's in-game appearances, she uses a spirit beast owl model, whereas in the Terror of the Darkshore cinematic, she appears as a white horned owl. And they actually added Dorathur back in Cataclysm to help aid Tyrande if the Horde were to raid and attack Darnassus. And so if you go back on Wowhead and even look up some of these old Dorathur comments, people will be like, I'm so glad she finally has someone to make up for the lack of royal guards. Or I guess for just, you know, making up for the fact that Malfurion just stands there being like, I don't know what's going on. It also seems to be a reference from the Warcraft 3 ability for Tyrande, where she could summon an owl, and so I guess they just added her an owl back in Cataclysm. Either way, that's why Dorathur
it's very Sentinel as well.
Number 3 is Hellhoot, and Hellhoot is an owl located in northern Winterspring.
This guy's name
Hellhoot is part of a quest given by Jeb Guthrie, who says, local legend tells of a mighty owl that circles the mountaintops like death on wings. They named her Deathwing. Soon afterwards, they were told that name was already taken, so they settled on a moniker that evoked a similar sense of horror.
I gotta get a hat like that.
Hellhoot. Hellhoot can be found atop the mountain to the southwest of our smoking pit. Silence the internal nocturnal, so we can eat her. So I do think that's pretty funny. I actually think the name Hellhoot is pretty cool. However, according to our owl facts, not all owls hoot. In fact, if you just go and look up some owl sounds, they make some insane noises. Like, there's one owl that's like, rah, like screaming. It's insane. So go check that out when you're not watching Pointless Top 10. I also like that Hellhoot, who is supposed to be like, you know, fire and brimstone and all this stuff, is just in Winterspring. I thought that's a fun little contrasty thing. But either way, that's why Hellhoot is number 3. 2. Number 2 is Alistros the Verdant Keeper, and Alistros is an immense sky talon who is in charge of the Emerald Dragon Shrine's aerial defenses. And Alistros looks awesome. Like, it is this massive jade owl that's just looking over everything, and apparently a sky talon is a type of owl-like emerald bird associated with the Green Dragon Flight and the Emerald Dream. When Ysera was asked by Neshera the Garden Keeper to aid in the fight against the Scourge and Dragonblight, she misunderstood, instead telling the defenders of the Emerald Dragon Shrine, including the Sky Talons, to treat those not of the Green Dragon Flight as enemies. Which, I don't know how she misunderstood. Were they just like, we need you to fight the Scourge? And she's like, okay, so fight everybody, got it. And they're like, no, wait, like, what happened? It also appears that Sky Talons are reborn shortly after being killed. And it is said that the wind created by their wings can soothe a troubled mind, which, dude, I could use some of those jade owl wings right now. But yeah, I think Sky Talons are cool, and I think Alistros is cool. Just this massive jade owl. Like, how could I not put that on the list? So that's why Alistros is number 2. 1. And number 1 is Hooty, and this is a weird one, which is why it's number 1. So Siren is a night elf that wanders around Dalaran with his pet owl, Hooty. During the Purge of Dalaran, he could actually be found with his owl in the underbelly. But here's the thing, I could not find Siren or Hooty at all. I checked Cataclysm Classic, I checked Retail WoW, and they're supposed to be in the pet shop. So for a while, when I'd go in the pet shop, I did see the Stabled Hunter Pet, and I was like, dude, did they rename Hooty to Stabled Hunter Pet? But then whenever I checked in all these versions, they all had Stabled Hunter Pet. So I'm like, okay, so Hooty must be different than Stabled Hunter Pet, even though it looks exactly the same as Stabled Hunter Pet. And in all the pictures online, it looks like Hooty is in this building. But so I'm like, dude, is this Hooty? Did they rename Hooty to Stabled Hunter Pet? But I guess they didn't. Maybe I just couldn't find Siren. Maybe they're on like some timer where they only appear at like 6 p.m. every day. I have no idea. But on top of all this, Siren is actually a reference to a video and song that was made back in like 2008 by a woman and her husband in honor of his pet owl. However, the owl belonged to the husband's character Flick and not to Siren. So hopefully now you can see why I'm confused. But I was like, you know what? This is perfect for Pointless Top 10. And that's why I put it at number 1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Also, if you want to check out more top 10s, you can check out birds, that relates to owls, or you can check out sharks from last year. Also, consider supporting the channel over on patreon.com/Krendor or by becoming
You can make a video about anything. How many views did this get? 20k views. You can make a video about anything. Yeah, what about the nicest NPCs? I want to see who the nicest NPCs are.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of pointless things while we flying by his pointless statue in Booty Bay. Because inside
I remember loving hammerhead sharks.
Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is Meg Morris, and Meg Morris is a human located on an isolated beach in Stormsong Valley wearing a Murloc suit. And right next to Meg are 3 lost tadpoles, so I would assume that Meg is kind of adopting these tadpoles, taking them in, protecting them, and being the mother that they currently don't have. Maybe she got killed by some random adventurers or some random creatures out here, whatever it is. It appears that the lost tadpoles have now kind of attached to her, and they're just kind of standing here. There's no quest here. There's just some piles of treasure, and that's it. Now, interesting enough, Meg actually used to be in Borealis with the tadpoles, and they would be in the Trade Winds market, but I guess after the alpha or the beta, they decided to move her out to Stormsong Valley on the beach and put her in a Murloc suit. I also read on Wowhead that this is the location of a pebble to obtain the secret battle pet ball, and the facing of this NPC acts like a compass to the hidden tunnel, so that might have been intentional, that might have just been a coincidence, who knows. But what I do know is she's taking care of these lost tadpoles, and that's pretty nice, so that's why I put her at number 10. 9. Number 9 is Ninciana. Ninciana is a night elf who used to sell relics in Dalaran, and she's still there, but she can't really sell you any more relics, so
that's crazy.
She says, I'm very sorry, but I no longer have relics to sell you. Their magic seems to have extinguished. Perhaps I'll go into dancing full time now. It would be a nice change of pace. And so then if you type /dance with her, she will say, not bad, though some additional schooling wouldn't hurt. Here, watch my hips, like so. And she actually just starts dancing. And so I decided to put Ninciana on this list for a few reasons, one of which is she is very polite for somebody that completely lost their entire purpose in this game. You know what I mean? Like, she used to just be a relic vendor. Now they just don't work, like they don't exist anymore. And she's like, yeah, it is what it is, but I got dancing, at least that's something. And so when you actually dance with her, she teaches you how to dance. Like, she didn't have to do that at all. She could have been like, get out of here, idiot, but she didn't. And she also has that cute red panda with a bow on top of the
that's cute.
cabinet or whatever.
Can I get that?
So that's why I decided to put Ninciana
I need that battle pet
at number 9. 8. Number 8 are Orphan Matron Battle Whale, Mercy, and Nightingale, all located in different spots, but they all run orphanages. And so Orphan Matron Mercy in Shatrath is like, the conflicts in Outlander deadlier than I've ever seen, and their most tragic victims are the children that are left behind. And then Orphan Matron Battle Whale in Orgrimmar says, there are costs with war, rogue, ones often overlooked. These costs are orphans, children who have lost their parents to the far too numerous conflicts that rage across Azeroth. And then Orphan Matron Nightingale pretty much says the exact same thing as Orphan Matron Battle Whale. Did you dress up your Ouija? What's a Ouija? That the Alliance takes time to give something back to these innocents. This time is called Children's Week, while Orphan Matron Battle Whale says the exact same thing, but says Horde instead of Alliance. So it's a little weird that they say the exact same thing, but I doubt Blizzard cares or is going to go back and change the Orphan Matron dialogue. Although maybe they will. Maybe for Children's Week. That'd be pretty cool. But either way, I had to put all the Orphan Matrons on this list. Like, clearly these are some of the nicest people in the World of Warcraft. They're taking in orphans and raising them up, so that's why I put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 are Zari the Kind and Olisara the Kind. And if you couldn't figure it out, they're on this list because they both have the Kind in their name. And so Zari the Kind is a representative of the Golden Lotus, and she's sent to the Shrine of 7 Stars to help enlist the Alliance aid. But outside of that, there's not too much else. She has some dialogue about helping the Golden Lotus or defending the Veil, but That's really about it. So we just kind of have to take
Servers
the word
are up.
for it that she really
Chat,
is
our
kind
servers up.
because it's in her name. On the other side, Olisara the Kind is a high elf first aid trainer located in Dalaran.
I got vaults to
and
open.
she's actually the bandage trainer, and she's helping to heal a bunch of injured Dalaran citizens. In fact, I didn't even know this. She was
I
planned
don't want
to
to
have
fall
been
for it.
associated with the scrapped first aid faction of the first responders, which I actually do think that's a cool concept for a faction, like a medical first aid type of faction, but I can see why it was
He's
removed.
capping.
It feels like there wouldn't be that much to do with it, but I don't know. Maybe it's something to revisit in the future. Either way, that's why Zari the Kind and Olisara the Kind are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Scroll Sage Nola, and Scroll Sage Nola is a Tortolan located all over the place. She's in Stormsong Valley, Dazara Lore, Zandalar, and probably some other spots. And in Dragonflight, she can be found at the Algathar Academy. But of course, Scroll Sage Nola is most famous for the quest, A Turtle Made It to the Water. Where you help the turtles make it to the water, and she goes, a turtle made it to the water. And Scroll Sage Nola just truly gives off the most stereotypical loving grandma vibe. She's always like, the adventurers are so polite these days. Why aren't you a spry young thing? It just feels like she's gonna bake you some cookies,
this daily
knit
so
you a
many
sweater,
times.
and like tell you some fun old stories. But sadly, I did read that Marianne Stroessner, who is the voice
away.
actress for Scroll Sage Nola, passed away in April of 2023. So I hope she rests in peace, and I know that Scroll Sage Nola will live on forever. And so that's why she's number 6. 5. Number 5 is TechBot, and TechBot is a crowd pummeler near the workshop door in Gnomragon in Dunmurrow. And so TechBot was actually a reference to Blizzard tech support. So his abilities were Lag, BattleNet, Summon, Dupe Bug, and Patch. And so TechBot has some unbelievable quotes. He has, people think I like corn dogs, but actually they give me indigestion. Remember, if you harass the rep or spam the channel, your account may be kicked, banned, or worse. There is no cow level. Really, I repeat, there is no cow level. Well, maybe there is. When the rep is talking to you, he will start each line with your name. If you don't see your name, he's not yet speaking to you. TechBot is sensitive and those words hurt my ears. Please be nice to me. I just want to help. I love you too. If you have been muted or have questions about the muting unmuting process, please visit Zzz. You are welcome. Have a nice day. And the only reason I didn't put TechBot higher on the list is he will fight you, he will attack you, and he actually got removed in Cataclysm. So I think they need to bring TechBot back, put him in a city, make it so he doesn't fight anybody, and he just gives you fun, helpful advice. And that's why TechBot is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Ukor.
Hopefully Tinker's
Ukor is
reviving.
an orc peon located by the path east of the Valley of Trials in Durotar. And I always remember Ukor as the guy that had the quest I had to pick up before I went to Razor Hill. You'd be like, oh, he's got the loaf of bread. I pick up the quest. I take the food to Razor Hill. Cool. Right? I never really
the food
read the
delivery
quest or
quest.
paid
I
much
remember
attention
this.
to it. But when you actually read the quest, he's like, excuse me, can you help? I have a load of food here. I walked along the road.
I agree,
and braved
Toenail, but
scorpions and spiders
I'm preparing
and worse.
myself.
I brought the food to the Valley of Trials because I thought they needed it, and I like to help out. But they don't need any of the food. Now I have to take it back to Razor Hill, and I'm afraid of all the beasts along the way. Can you take it for me? I'm just a peon, but you're a hero. You fear nothing. Take it to the innkeeper, Grosk, at the Razor Hill Inn. Thank you. And so this orc was like, I'm gonna bring some food to the heroes at the Valley of Trials, and he brought the food down. He braved the spiders and the scorpions and worse, and he makes it here, and they're like, we don't need food. And then he's like, oh, geez, I don't want to go back.
Fuck.
And it's kind of sad, because like he's just trying to be a nice guy, and you know what? He's like, you're a hero, I'm not a hero, but you know what? You are a hero, Ukor. And he did get removed in Cataclysm, so he's not in the game anymore. But bring him back! And that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Lorewalker Cho, and Lorewalker Cho is the leader of the Pandaren Lorewalkers, which are a Pandaren faction bent on exploring the world, finding stories, artifacts, and relics to fill out their libraries. And to me, Lorewalker Cho just seems like he would be one of the nicest people in World of Warcraft. Like, he's always just seeking out knowledge. He's trying to, like, help everybody, right? Like, he did story time. I mean, listen, at the 20-year anniversary, every, like, was it 30 minutes, you would have story time, and Lorewalker Cho would come out and he would tell his stories, and he had to do that nonstop for months. For months, he would go on that stage and tell the same, like, 3 stories over and over every half hour. If you thought you got tired of it after a few weeks or a few days, he had to do it for months, and he did it. On top of that, he helps guide you through the Mogushan vaults, and he's got, like, so many other quests. I think he's got over 100 quests in World of Warcraft, so Lorewalker Cho, I think one of the nicest NPCs in the game, and that's why He's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Myloon, and Myloon is a forest nymph located at various spots all around Azeroth. And Myloon is on this list because she deeply loves and cares for all the animals in World of Warcraft. In fact, one of the most visible signs of this is at the Druid class hall in Legion. And Myloon is surrounded by her animal friends. You've got squirrels and rabbits and deer. And she is just sobbing. She is crying uncontrollably. The tears are just pouring out of her eyes. And it's because Ursoc himself was being attacked by the Emerald Nightmare. And he called forth his defenders, and she was one of them. And they weren't able to save him. And so she's just in this depression or this state of sadness. And she's just sobbing with her animals. Myloon also appears at your garrison in Draenor and asks you to help feed chick hatchlings in Everbloom. And then she also showed up at BFA on Mechagon because she is said to have heard the teeny tiny animals all the way from afar. And so it's clear that Myloon is definitely one of the nicest NPCs in World of Warcraft, and that's why she's number 2. 1. And number 1 is Winston the Intellectual, and Winston is a rune bearer.
Okay, this has to be a nod to Winston from Overwatch. It has to be. He's even got the glasses.
Found with the studious saber-toothed cubs in the Eye of Ysera in the Emerald Dream. And if you talk to Winston, he says, "Apologies, I left my tuxedo at my residence, but it is a joy to greet a fellow being of culture. I am merely educating my fellow brethren on the theory of magics and spiritual concepts of the dream. If you get the chance, you should ask for my friend, Wall, for their opinion on the matter. It is truly quite fascinating." And so for me, there's a few reasons why Winston is the nicest NPC. I mean, first, he's a very classy individual, all right? He left his tuxedo at his residence and he apologizes, but he's got his glasses, he's reading a book, and he's reading a book to the children to help them grow up wiser and more intellectual. And to me, it just feels like he's the old wizard guy in fantasy books that helps lead the main character on the right path to do good and to defeat evil. And that's why I was like, it just feels like Winston's number 1. And so that's why I decided to put him at number 1.
He's a good guy.
Hey, everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. If you want more Top 10s, you go check out.
I already got our next video. We're bringing back Nixium. Okay. Hippiezim, thank you for the 2 months Prime. Thank you. It's kind of like the video about what your favorite expansion says about you, but he ranks them, and now we get to yell about his ranking.
Warcraft has been around for over 2 decades, everybody. And in that time, it has given us some incredible highs and some very catastrophic lows. Each expansion shaping this MMO that we know and love,
sure we will all
agree,
and everyone will like the tier list.
So today, we are ranking every WoW expansion from worst to best. And if your favorite is near the bottom, you're going to have to take it up with your therapist, my friend. Not me. Let's dive in with number last, Shadowlands. Without a doubt, the worst expansion in WoW's history. I think 99% of us can agree.
I would
for that
say
one guy that gets really angry in my comment section whenever
it's
me
Warlords.
or anybody else says that this expansion was not very good. Shadowlands
Jackinus, thank you so much for the raid, man.
World of Warcraft lore and shoved it into a blender set to oblivion. Terrible villain with no charisma, Hyzoval. Sylvanas dragged through the mud until nobody could defend her, and zones that felt more like a strange World of Warcraft fan fiction than places that would actually exist in the universe. Revendreth was pretty cool, though.
Revendreth was really cool.
Remember Torghast? Blizzard wishes that you didn't. Shadowlands, it wasn't an adventure. It was more of like a cautionary tale. You didn't beat Shadowlands if you played through it during its time. You just survived it. And perhaps to this day, you still wake up at night sometimes after having a nightmare about collecting some soul ash. Battle for Azeroth. We all saw the cinematic, man.
Right off the bat, Nixium, not a fan of modern WoW.
I certainly got hyped. Horde versus Alliance, war on a global scale, capital cities falling. And then we spent the majority of the expansion watching Jaina cry in cinematics. We helped some fat humans rediscover their love for water and cardio, and we convinced a bunch of jungle trolls to stop listening to blood gods who told their followers to practice cannibalism. BFA felt like 2 expansions just sort of duct taped together, Warfronts were boring. Azerite armor
God,
was a mess.
Warfronts.
We still have
Such a
PTSD
disappointment for
from
me.
Island Expeditions. Missed Potential doesn't even begin to cover it. Honestly,
I agree
would
with
love
that.
it if Blizzard did another Battle for Azeroth expansion down the road, like a Battle for Azeroth remastered, and made it very
I don't know how they could do it again.
focused, allowed us to burn down enemy faction villages and stuff.
Would
because
never
who doesn't
happen.
want to torch Goldshire on Argent Dawn EU? Am I right? Warlords of Draenor. Listen, if you judged expansions based solely on vibes and ambience, Warlords would be top 3. Honestly, I wanted to put this expansion higher on the list because I really love Draenor a lot, but I just can't. Draenor looked incredible, the music was perfect, the atmosphere was a chef's kiss, but then you realized after hitting max level that there was just nothing to do. You AFK in your garrison, there's no meaningful patches aside from one, unless you count the selfie camera patch. There was no actual endgame.
They did add the
doing
selfie cam in
garrison
Warlords.
chores. It was like Blizzard built a beautiful house and just forgot to furnish it. And the story, it was good, but it just wasn't enough because we didn't get enough patches. I also hated that we killed off Garrosh so quickly, personally. Warlords, it's the classic case of a project that sprinted across the starting line and just immediately face planted into a raid. Cataclysm. This expansion was the one that broke the world, and a lot of hearts along the way. While the revamped 1 to 60 leveling zones were fun, some zones better than others, of course, Cataclysm did come at the cost of destroying the
Kata was the only
nostalgic,
expansion I
iconic
missed out
world
on,
that everybody
so I
loved.
don't have any opinion on
The endgame
Kata.
content was hit or miss depending on who you were. Firelands was great though, but who seriously enjoyed doing Dragon Soul over and over and over for as long as we did? Also, let's be real, nobody asked for underwater questing in Bashir. Nobody, especially not me, because I have some serious phobia about deep, dark ocean water with things down there. I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, Deathwing flying overhead and torching zones was pretty badass, but in the end, Cataclysm tried to embody the idea of new is better, but I think in the long run, it proved that statement.
I didn't
very
like how
much
they just
untrue.
totally destroyed all the
War
Night
Within.
Elf zones.
The War Within feels like Blizzard finally remembered that World of Warcraft is at its best when it just focuses on Azeroth. No big cosmic gods and weird timelines and extra dimensional jailers, just a gritty, down-to-earth
Xal'atath is
conflict,
kind of
this
that.
time under the surface of the world. The new underground zones look incredible. The Delve system has a lot of fun, repeatable small group content without feeling like another Torghast disaster. And the tone is refreshingly grounded, but you do get a little bit of that like void and cosmic stuff thrown in, but it's not too bad. It's certainly not a perfect expansion though, but I would say that War Within overall is very solid. But it's not great. It's just okay. Otherwise, I would rank it up higher on this list. Also, let's be honest, nobody was begging to learn even more dwarf-related lore. Still, after the chaos of all the recent years,
kinda true.
War Within does look like a promising course correction for Blizzard, assuming that they don't trip over their own feet on the way to wherever the heck they're taking this game. Dragonflight. Dragon riding is probably the most fun traversal mechanic that WoW has ever added. The story is simple, dude. There's a couple of big angry dragons, especially this one that's literally on fire, and we gotta go punch them in the face. That's it. There's no cosmic mumbo jumbo and no rewiring the laws of death. It's just good old-fashioned dragon slaying, dude. Beowulf would be proud. The expansion was also absolutely gorgeous. The zones
The
they
zones
fun
were
to explore and
gorgeous.
fly over.
Dragonflight
They were
had some of the
frickin'
best
tough star in
zones.
this expansion, dude. The greatest race in WoW, which I just talked
Yes,
about
chef.
in my 5 races that should be added to World of Warcraft video. And the tone of Dragonflight just felt like World of Warcraft was just chilling out for a little while, returning to some semi-traditional fantasy. It was
Dude,
cool.
that picture was
Dragonflight
great.
Didn't try to reinvent the wheel. It just gave us a really, really pretty one. And I think that's why it was so enjoyable for those of us that gave it a chance during its time. And also, I will say, as a fan of Druid lore and stuff and Malfurion, the Emerald Dream was really beautiful. Mists of Pandaria. At launch, people mocked Pandaria for being the Kung Fu Panda expansion, but when
remember
the memes
that.
died down, everybody realized, holy crap, this expansion is awesome. Huge detailed zones.
I want to hang out at my farm
tons
again.
Of factions and
Bring back
baileys,
the farm.
Legendary quest lines, scenarios, the monk class, Thunder King raid, which is still top tier, raising your own cloud serpent, dude. Even if the Chinese inspired vibe wasn't your thing, and it personally wasn't mine either, you couldn't deny just the sheer amount of content that Mists of Pandaria delivered. and this expansion aged like fine wine. That's why Blizzard brought it back for the frickin' remaster event, and they're about to launch Mists of Pandaria Classic. People love Mists of Pandaria, and honestly,
they do.
I mean, like, this is just my opinion, but I think that Mists of Pandaria had a much better Battle for Azeroth kind of vibe.
It did.
Than Battle for Azeroth.
Landfall was
at least
awesome.
it really captured the faction warfare.
The Landfall
Plus,
patch
the
was
World
really
PvP on
good.
the Timeless Isle, dude, it was absolute chaos, and it was so much fun if you were there. Mists of Pandaria was great. Legion. Artifact weapons were a masterstroke. All Blizzard did is they were like, hey, what if we just took a vanilla
They didn't
WoW
start that
talent
way.
tree and just put it on a weapon? It was a genius idea, and it worked amazing. Class halls mostly felt like
I did
a
like
love
the
letter to
concept,
each
though.
class fantasy, and finally taking the fight to the Burning Legion after all these years felt so damn good. But here's the one thing that I have to say. Why were we fighting the Legion on this one tiny island? The whole world could have been involved through this entire expansion. But then again, maybe focusing on a world-spanning expansion isn't the best idea. Cataclysm. Still, Legion brought World of Warcraft back from the brink after Warlords of Draenor's disaster, and it gave us Illidan back. And that alone is worth major points. I don't even care that it was obvious fan service. Illidan was just really cool to see. And the Demon Hunter class, maybe not as cool as Death Knights, but they still ranked pretty good in my ranking WoW classes from worst to best video, which you should definitely check out after this one. The Burning Crusade. It was classic WoW, but with spaceships. TBC took everything that people loved about vanilla, brutal leveling, tight-knit groups, horrifying PvP, and just polished it up. And flying mountains.
If you enjoy the old school vibe, like the old MMO style, you probably liked Vanilla through Wrath.
Dude,
Which
because
I
flying
do,
mounts are
and I
so
did.
freaking cool. Seriously though, TBC zones are
I probably
still
wouldn't
so
want it
iconic.
today.
The dungeons felt meaningful, and introducing Draenei and Blood Elves reshaped the Horde and the Alliance in very huge ways. Plus the vibes of this expansion. Perfect, man. Hellfire Peninsula PTSD aside, TBC gave us some of the best music, aesthetics, and storytelling that the franchise has ever seen. Shout out to the Azure Mist Isle soundtrack, by the way, dude. It hits like an emotional truck. I've even been listening to it this entire time while I've been writing this script. Also, first time stepping through the Dark Portal, pure magic. Anyone that has done it, like, it's a memory.
For sure.
It's a cherished gaming memory, walking through the Dark Portal for the first time at level 58. BC was great. And now, everyone, before we reveal that obvious number one, I would like to thank you all for making it this far.
It's always
into the video and
Wrath.
watching it.
It's always Wrath of the Lich
hit
King.
that like button down below to help the channel. And if you want to see more ranking videos in the future, just let me know some of your ideas down in the comment section below. Here we go. Number one, the best WoW expansion is Wrath of the Lich King. It's the peak. It's the summit. It's the magnum opus. Northrend was perfection, dude. Snowfields, gothic castles, Viking zombies. Arthas was the best villain Blizzard ever wrote, hands down. But I will say, though, his "I'll get you next time, kids" vibe in Wrath was a little bit of the Lich King classic experience was filled with bots. But that original Wrath of the Lich King experience back in the day, it's